Yes, good afternoon to each and every one of you. Yeah, just as you guys can see, yes, today is the day that the Lord has made. Now we are straight into the Zoom area on this special tribute to the late sage, the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Let me check my connections here.
Let's go.
Okay, let me do it this way. Okay, let's do it this way. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's been a while since I connected with Zoom. I presume right now I'm actually on to you. Yes, it's a special tribute to the great legend, the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and I am particularly interested in what is coming up today because the former head of state, retired General Yakubu Gowon, is a guest speaker, and I am particularly interested in exactly what General Gowon has got to say about the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, whose birthday is today. Had the late sage is to be alive today, let me assure you, Pa Awolowo will be celebrating 113th birthday on the surface of this planet. But unfortunately, the Baba is with angels high in heaven above. Now, we will be joining the Zoom at exactly 6 o'clock Odua time and 5 o'clock London time. Let's see who and who are already in the stream. Yes, Ife Ikem Nwobodo, good evening. Yes, Mwadike Eberechuku, good evening to you too. Now, guys, please try and share the stream. I will be going in there. Perhaps I should have mute myself actually from the Zoom area. Let me do it this way. Okay, I will be going to the Zoom area, and hopefully you guys should, as a matter of fact, see exactly what's happening from the Zoom area. Let's go over to the Zoom area. Yes, if you're just joining us on the live stream, this is a special tribute to the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, whose birthday is today. It is put together by the Awolowo Foundation, whose head is under the leadership of Ambassador Dr. Chief Mrs. Tukumbo Awolowo Dosumu. You're all welcome. You can see the house is full of people, obas, kings, who still believe in that ideology of that Awoism. Yes, it's going to be cracky. I'm really looking forward to the day, and I want to see and I want to hear exactly what General Yakubu Gowon has got to say about the late sage. Yeah, this is a live band by BJ Sachs. Yes, enjoy. Yes, please share it. You can leave your comment if you want, please. Yes, James Coker, I think I've sorted that out. Yeah, I accidentally mute myself right from this end. Yeah, but I've done the necessary things. Yes. Chakuru chachak dewa. Yes. Maria Makeba's tune is this one. Yes, great tune. Maria, Maria, Oh yes, great tune.
Yep, yep, yep. When I got inside the pussy.
Yeah, please enjoy it.
Yeah, IES.
Ní dòdò oní mọ́ínmọ́ín nígbà tí ó tó gbégbá kalẹ̀ ẹ wá wo ní láfíàjì dókítà oní mọ́ínmọ́ín yes onídòdò oní mọ́ínmọ́ín nígbà tí ó ta tó gbégbá kalẹ̀ yes. Yes, it's a special tribute to Awo today. Hashtag special tribute to Awo, who was born 113 years ago today. Yeah. Come on. Where is our own micro mic? Micro mic. Yes, this is you in disguise. Reincarnation of you, Micro Mike. Yes, we're celebrating 113th birthday of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I told you, the day is here. Yes, the late sage. This is all about him. The president that we never heard. The man that should have probably turned the tide round. The late Chief Obafemi Jeremiah Oyeniyi Awolowo, GCFR, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic. Yes, guys, please share it. Yeah, welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us, mo ṣoríire o ẹlẹ́dàá mi, mo dúpẹ́ o. Mo ṣoríire o ẹlẹ́dàá mi, mo dúpẹ́ o. Yomi o.
trying to alert Reverend Lina. She's not picking her phone. I'm trying to alert her to, so that once I pick her, she can play the national anthem. But she's not picking her phone. I hope she. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I hope you can all hear me very well.
I can we.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Prof.
Yes, thank you.
I hear you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We're about to start a meeting, and we are going to start with the national anthem.
Okay.
Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Shall reign.
Thank you very much. I welcome you to the anniversary lecture of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation. I especially welcome all our dignitaries, our Royal Majesties, our Excellencies. There are too many VIPs here to count. I will be calling you in due time. And I especially want to welcome the Obio for the Igwe Nameka Alfred Chukwuka Chepe. I welcome General Kawan, who is our guest of honor today. I welcome His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of Ghana. And I also welcome our guest speaker of today, the Right Reverend Professor Adedapo Ashaju, who is the guest speaker. We have a number of governors here online. I welcome Governor Tambua of Sokoto. I welcome also Governor Faimi of Ekiti. We'll be calling other dignitaries as time goes by. We are all extremely important. And I also welcome the Minister of State for Health, Dr. Mamura, to this occasion. Right now, I am going to call on the Executive Director of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, Ambassador Dr. Olatupo Awolowo Dosunmu, to welcome all of us. Read her welcome address. Thank you. Dr. Awolowo Dosunmu.
Joshi.
I also see Professor Bolaji Akinyemi online, so icon of observation. Yes, please.
See, it's full of very powerful
We are
people.
waiting for the address
This
of
special
Dr.
tribute
Dosunmu.
to the late sage. You can hear big names coming forward. And that's Segun Awolowo, the grandchild to the late sage, whose father died in a terrible accident on his way to defend his father, the late Sage, during his trial at the treasonable felony that was levied against him at the High Court in Lagos. Bit of history here. Enjoy the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, technological problem all the way from location 9. Let's come back to the Zoom.
I think we lost her temporarily. Let me call on the chairman of this occasion, Our Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to read his address.
I'm sorry, sir. She'll begin in 1 minute. She'll begin in 1 minute, sir.
Okay. You have been able to connect to her?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. She'll begin in 1 minute.
All right. Okay. Sorry, Your Excellency.
Yes, please share it if you've not done so. Yes, I can see Alaji Akolawole Aremo Oladoshu, Darani Jojuwon, Alaja Folake Alawiye, David Hamilton. Please share it. James Coker. Yes, I can spot all of you.
As we await the Executive Director's speech, I also welcome His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa.
Yes.
Hey, shut the fuck up!
And we
Thabo Mbeki.
we have
Thabo Mbeki is in the
into
house.
the age of internet, we have hackers who come into meetings like this too. But we are dealing with it as we speak.
Hey, how do you look like that? Hey, bro!
Yeah, sorry for this short this is location 9 and its problem.
Hey, yo, bend over, shut the fuck up!
Sorry about, you see, but I think people are trying to actually hack in onto the stream.
Salamin, please identify this hacker and send him off, please.
Yeah.
they are doing so, 3 of them have been sent off.
Correct. Just bear with us.
If you're in, ma, can you please unmute and speak? Thank you, ma.
We're getting there.
We also welcome Mrs. Zanele Mbeki, who is also online. You're most welcome, ma'am.
The nuts plus ratio plus young boy better plus Ursula Mot.
If I can make a suggestion, like you said, I can start the chairman's remarks and then Madam can come in when they've sorted out their problems.
Okay.
In the meantime,
let's do that so we can save time.
yes.
Thank you.
In the
Please go ahead.
Yes. In the meantime, if the moderator can mute everybody and just pick people as they speak, it will stop.
You're also muted. Excellency Dramani, you are muted.
Yeah.
Please, yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
thank you very much. I said I recognize the presence of our big brother, General Gwan. These are people who have been the part of the history of building our nation states, and we're happy that he's still with us and in very good health. I also want to recognize my friend and brother, former President Thabo Mbeki. We've worked together on several continental issues, and I'm happy that he's able to join us today. I wish to recognize our guest speaker who's going to talk to us today, Professor Adedapo Asaju, and we're all looking to a beautiful lecture. We're willing to learn from him and to make any comments that appropriate. Let me recognize the board and management of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, and particularly Executive Director, Ambassador Dr. Awolowo Dosanu, for your kind invitation to be part of this program. I want to congratulate the foundation on the 30th anniversary of its birth, and also to thank the foundation for the honor done me in asking me to chair this 30th anniversary commemorative lecture. And let me welcome all participants who have joined us from across the world on this virtual platform. Today happens to be the Independence Day for Ghana, 6th March, Ghana gained freedom in 1957. And the coincidence of Awolowo's, Chief Obafemi Awolowo's birthday on 6th March and Ghana's independence as the first sub-Saharan African country to get independence cannot be lost on all of us. I think that it's a beautiful coincidence that this happened to a person who was a strong fighter against decolonization and played a very important role in the early years of his own nation state, Nigeria, after Nigeria gained independence. And so on this occasion, I wish my own country, my president, Nana Akufo-Addo, ministers of state, members of parliament, and all the people of Ghana, I wish everybody a happy Independence Day. Nigeria is a greater country than Ghana in terms of size, in terms of population, in terms of economy. But fortunately, there's one thing Nigeria cannot take from Ghana is that we're the senior brother, and we became independent before Nigeria did in 1957. And so we'll always continue to be that senior brother. But of course, our nations are sister states, and our people are one and the same, and we consider each other members of the same family. In 2 weeks, we play a grudge match to win one of the slots to the World Cup. And in football, I wish my nation wins, but I would say that it's going to be a friendly match between two brothers. And whoever qualifies, of course, we will support that person in the World Cup. But I hope and pray that Ghana wins that slot. The world is changing very fast, and we have to keep track of what's happening. And that's why this lecture is very important in respect of what values we need in terms of the development of our nations. We had the Second World War, which ended in 1945. And post-Second World War, we had the decolonization movement starting. Of course, we had the Pan-African movements and all that. And nation states started to fight for their independence, both in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. Of course, Ghana got independent in 1957. But at the time we got independent, we had moved into another phase, which was the Cold War. And we had a bipolar world with the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc. Later, the Iron Curtain fell, and we ushered in the era of globalization, where the world became a global village, and people could travel from one part of the world to the other, unrestricted. After that, we've experienced the issues of climate change. We've had the issue of pandemics and epidemics. We in West Africa suffered Ebola, and now the world is going through the pandemic of COVID. We hope we're coming out of it, but still COVID has affected, global affairs in a very major way. Currently, we are trying to understand, and people are extrapolating what kind of new world we're going in with the current turbulence in geopolitics in respect of redrawing the boundaries of nations. We currently have the Ukraine-Russia war, which is affecting all nations across the world, and we have to begin to analyze, into what phase the world is going, so that we as African countries can adjust to be able to make sure that our people are not disadvantaged. But let's talk specifically about our role in decolonization I will stand tall like President Nkrumah of Ghana in terms of, the fight for independence, and also in terms of shaping their nation states after independence. And I must say that as a social democrat, I associate with him because being the president of Ghana and the leader of a social democratic party and having done as a social democrat, Awo is one of the persons that we identify with. As I said, it's no coincidence that he was born on 6th March, the day that Ghana gained independence. And so for us, it holds a specific significance. He was a lawyer, he was a journalist, he was a politician, he was a federalist, and he was also a statesman. But when you talk about values, I mean, having come from humble beginnings, we know the values that he held very high. And it was the fact that he was humble, he was modest, he was selfless. Today, it's difficult to find people like that. He was courageous, resilient, and one thing that he had was he had an unquestionable love for his country. Unfortunately, those values are missing today. We have the values where we have self-aggrandizement, we have opulence, people wishing to show off wealth, and it's themselves first, it's our ethnic group second, and our nation comes a distant third, fourth, or fifth. And we're looking forward to this lecture because I think that if our guest speaker can reset us in terms of our values as Africans, it will be very important so that we're able to die a bit and sacrifice a bit for our countries in order that we can admire our countries too. All those countries we admire in the Western world, it was not all that rosy. Those are 300-year-old democracies. Our country as the oldest sub-Saharan African country, 65 years. And if you look at the history of Korea and all of them and where they've come from, they went through some of the formative stages that we're going through today. But then the values that they have held in terms of love for thy brother, selflessness, in terms of resilience, in terms of courage, in terms of perseverance, in terms of sacrificing so that we can build our nation state. And so I'm very eager to hear the Reverend Professor's lecture, and I'm sure that we're all going to learn from it. And I would have the opportunity to make a few comments at the end of this wonderful lecture. And so thank you, Ambassador Dosumwai. Thank you again very much for the kind invitation to be part of this function. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a very big thank you clapping for our chairman for today, Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I will now call on the executive director. I think she's been able to join us now before we move on to the special guest of honor remarks. Dr. Aula Dosumo, please.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, our special guest of honor, Your Excellencies, our royal fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have to apologize most profusely for the difficulty we had at the beginning of this meeting. For all its assistance to humanity, technology can also be a real problem. But here we are. Thank goodness I'm back in. It gives me enormous pleasure to welcome you all to this virtual meeting, the first of a planned series of events to celebrate 30 years of the existence of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation. I feel greatly honored to especially welcome His Excellency, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, who so graciously accepted our invitation to chair this event. I welcome you to Nigeria, though belatedly and virtually, Your Excellency. I also extend a special welcome to our special guest of honor, General Yakubu Gowon, former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. By virtue of his position as chairman of the Foundation's Board of Trustees, he also qualifies to be referred to as the chief host here today. I am extremely delighted to welcome our guest speaker, Right Reverend Professor Adedapo Ashaju. I seize this opportunity to congratulate him most warmly on his very recent appointment as Bishop of the Ilesha Anglican Diocese. Congratulations, Your Grace. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was, first and foremost, a thinker. He is generally acknowledged to have brought outstanding erudition and critical analysis to bear on the art of governance. It could even be argued that partisan politics was, for him, but an avenue to attain that necessary vantage position from which he could assist his country and her peoples to reach the immense heights that he was convinced was their manifest destiny. For these and many other reasons, including the need to sustain this core essence of our legacy and hopefully protect it from the vagaries of partisan politics, it was evident that an institution in his memory would better provide the scholarly and systematic avenue through which we could accomplish our goal. We envisioned an institution that would take up the responsibility to encourage contemporary leaders and citizens to make the considerable body of ideas that Chief Awolowo left to posterity a constant reference point. Such an institution would, as reflected in the preamble to the Foundation's constitution, and I quote, inaugurate a new chapter in the work that gave Chief Obafemi Awolowo his national and international stature, end of quote. It would, for example, constantly engage with the policy-making process in a constructive manner, just as Chief Awolowo did during his lifetime. In order to accomplish its mission effectively, the ideals of Chief Awolowo had to remain the definitive guide of the proposed institution. It must avoid any hint of partisanship. Rather, inclusiveness had to be its watchword if it was to make the desired impact, especially as Chief Awolowo's prescriptions appear to have received universal endorsement as unassailable strategies for development. This then was the vision that gave birth to the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation 30 years ago. The foundation was eventually launched in Ibadan on April 11, 1992, at a ceremony, the outcome of which was so encouraging that it dispelled all our previous fears regarding the viability of its takeoff. For this, we remain grateful for the generosity of the federal government and some state governments at the time, as well as numerous public-spirited individuals. Subsequently, inclusiveness has remained the Foundation's watchword, from membership of the various governance structures and committees of the Foundation to the choice of resource persons for our various programs. I must say a word here about our Board of Trustees. In our audacity at the time, we simply identified 27 of the most eminent Nigerians and sent them letters of appointment. What we found most surprising but instructive, however, was the fact that not a single one of them declined our appointment. Indeed, I believe that the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation made history with the appointment of General Gowon as chairman of a board of trustees whose membership included Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu. Right from inception, all the trustees placed their considerable influence wholly at our disposal. They have been and continue to be most generous with their support and encouragement. 20 years after the foundation was inaugurated, our current flagship program, the Obafemi Awolowo Prize for Leadership, was instituted in furtherance of one of the recommendations from our 2011 dialogue titled Transformational Leadership and Good Governance, Lessons from the Awolowo Example. Headed by Chief Emeka Anyaoku, former Commonwealth Secretary General, we have again been most fortunate that members of both the selection and technical committees of the prize are all highly respected men and women of integrity. Sadly, however, we have lost many, far too many members of the various organs and committees of the foundation over these past 30 years. May I therefore ask you all to please join me now to observe a few moments of silence in their memory. May their great and patriotic souls continue to rest in perfect peace. Amen. The Obafemi Awolowo Foundation story is a testament to the awesome power and infinite endurance of goodwill. 30 years on, we continue to draw from the seemingly inexhaustible supply of goodwill left behind by Chief Awolowo. This explains why we have been able over the years to attract the brightest and best minds as organizing committee members, resource persons, and participants at all our programs at little or no cost to the foundation. It is for me a source of unceasing wonder to observe just how ready and willing people have been and still are to identify with and support the foundation's work. So, with today's event, we commence the celebration of 30 years of the collective efforts and dedication of our innumerable supporters and friends. In our view, this celebration is actually about you, and it is our opportunity to honor you all. Above all, we seize this opportunity to express our deepest appreciation to every individual and every organization within and outside Nigeria that believed in the foundation, particularly at the outset, and thus helped to launch us into relevance. We want you to know that we do not take you or your support for granted by any means. Without you all, there would be no us. We are truly grateful. For us at the foundation, on the other hand, we see this landmark event as an opportunity to review the past, take stock of the present, in order to appropriately plan for the future. It was never going to be easy to sustain a foundation that was set up in memory of the sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Maintaining credibility will always be a tasking feat. However, constant focus on the absolute imperative of living up to the high standard for which the legacy is renowned, the expectation of our teeming admirers, and our own self-appointed mandate has helped us tremendously. And so, Mr. Chairman, special guest of honor, Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, distinguished friends, supporters, ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, let me close these remarks with this. We know that the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation is highly privileged indeed to bear a truly illustrious name. For this reason, we will continue to strive to approximate Chief Awolowo's legacy of commitment, integrity, and excellence. And we will continue to do all we can to sustain and promote this worthy legacy for the good of the present generation and in the best interests of posterity. This is our pledge. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, our Executive Director. I'm going to call next on our Chairman of the Board of Trustees and the special guest of today. Because I do that, I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Chief Adebanjo, former Ondo State Governor, Dr. Segun Mimiko, the Register of JAMB, Professor Isaac Oloyede, Isa Bayero from Kano, and Obi of Odisha, Igwe Nameka Achebe. And I think I can also see here our Sultan, our dear Sultan, Mohammed Saad Abubakar, online. You are all most welcome. We value your presence. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening with us on this very important occasion. Let me call on the Chair of Board of Trustees, our esteemed General Gowan, who is the special guest of honor today, is going to give his remarks. General Gowan, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellencies, former President, and may I recognize President Mbeki, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, my lords, royal fathers, eminent and distinguished corporeal and Zoom virtual audience, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted on behalf of the Board of Trustees to welcome you all to this virtual commemorative birthday lecture to mark the 30th year of the establishment of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation and his posthumous birthday. As we all are aware, March 6th is a landmark date, not just for the Awolowo nuclear and political families, but in the political history of Nigeria, for it is the birth date of the highly revered late elder, sage and statesman, Chief Jeremiah Obafemi Awolowo. He would have been 113 years old today. He would have been the year 2022 also marks the 35th year of his passing on to eternal life. We have also been celebrating him for 30 consecutive years. That this session is virtual, is forced on us by the protocols of COVID-19, is also a tribute to never say die spirit of Awolowo, who thrived best in the most difficult circumstances. In the 30 years that the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation has been in existence, it has kept faith with the vision of its moving spirit. In word and in deed, it has continued to make impact as a think tank in Nigeria's search for transformational leadership. Not only has the foundation actively created room for quality engagements on good governance, but it has also established a well-regarded leadership prize to encourage excellence and distinction in service to society. These are some of the values that the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo embodied in his lifetime of service to Nigeria. He, as a leader, displayed a heart that was consistent, contrite, courageous, convictional, committed, and captivated. Although it is often said, like Mark Antony did in William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, that the evil that men do lives after them, while the good is oft interred with them. The converse is the case with Chief Awolowo. The good he did as a politician, as a legal luminary, and as a leader statesman are writ large, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa, and indeed in the history of mankind. None is interred with him. Instead, his good works stand as a standard of reference in the annals of our nation. His was a life of firsts, as exemplified in the tagline of the old WNTV, WNBS, First in Africa, after he established the first television broadcasting station in Africa, while he was the premier of the defunct Western region of Nigeria. He abhorred illiteracy, ignorance, and disease, for which reason he made free education and free healthcare the pillars of his program as a political leader in Western region at the time. These programs were carried through by his political family and have remained the benchmark of public service in Nigeria. The federal government adopted it for the whole country in later years during my time, 73, 74 onwards. His unparalleled contribution to the building of a strong and united Nigeria remains by far his most outstanding legacy. He was a strong believer in the unity of Nigeria, and he did the necessary to keep the country one. As Commissioner or Minister of Finance, his economic wizardry contributed in no small measure to the federal government's prosecution of the 30-month war of unity without borrowing a dime or a penny from any source. history will always be kind to him in this regard, just as as I will personally continue to appreciate his decision to serve his nation under me at a most inauspicious time of our history. In this regard, I will always remember the role played by his dear wife of inestimable value, HID Awolowo. I especially wish to commend the Executive Director of Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Takumbo Awolowo Dosumu, scion of the great man, and her dedicated team for the yeoman job they have been doing these past 30 years to keep the foundation on an even keel. I also commend the organizers for the befitting theme of this landmark 30th anniversary lecture, Value for Africa's Development. I say this because I know, like most of us do too, that it would virtually be impossible for the distinguished guest speaker and former Vice Chancellor of Ajayi, of Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo, Professor Adedapo Asaju, to do justice to the subject without rehashing the well-known story of the late Chief Awolowo. That is because he embodied every known value of visionary and transformative leadership, especially in terms of selflessness, integrity, and passion. Indeed, Chief Awolowo embodied hope because he saw a brighter and a rewarding future for the people. He pursued it vigorously and demonstrated that leadership was no rocket science. That is the reason his name has been immortalized. Contemporary Africa needs more of him. May I also particularly, especially commend our chairman at this event, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I nearly said dramatic Mahama. Former President of Ghana, for accepting to be here. This, without argument, further demonstrates the strength of the cultural and political ties between our two countries and nations. And we've had it from him earlier on. I know for sure that no amount of debate or contest on Nigeria or Ghana, whether it is about whose jollof rice is better, Nigerian or Ghanaian, or in area of football contests, the competition, none of these things will detract from our bond. And I think we had it, from the chairman himself earlier on. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having set the tone for the start of this program, I have the pleasure of yielding the floor for its continuation. Please enjoy yourselves wherever you are as we look forward to exciting and engaging conversations to push the frontiers of development in Africa. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency General Gowon, for your excellent speech equally. We thank you so much for going back memory lane and reminding us of the great values that Chief Awolowo embodied. We pray and hope that we will continue to emulate this in the dark time that we are in the world today, and that his legacy will eventually find expression in our young people. Thank you so much. Before we go to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 6, a short video documentary, I'd like to put on alert our Sultan Mohammed Saud Abubakar will be giving a short goodwill message, followed by Obio Onisha, and also followed by the two governors who are here present, will be giving us a goodwill message immediately after the documentary. Reverend Nikon, please. Sorry about that.
Obafemi Awolowo Foundation is 30. Inaugurated on April 11, 1992, the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation has clocked 30 years. In those 3 decades, the foundation has delivered on its mandate of using the ideals of the sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to advance the cause of humanity and the development of the Nigerian nation. The foundation, as the institutional custodian of Chief Awolowo's intellectual legacy, has over the years guarded most jealously its independence, non-partisanship, and commitment to the promotion of a socially edifying interaction between policy and scholarship. The foundation has sought to actualize its mission mandate through various outreach conversations and the development of the Nigerian nation. The foundation, as the institutional custodian of Chief Awolowo's intellectual legacy, has over the years Obafemi Awolowo Foundation is 30. Dependence, non
Just as you guys can see,
Foundation is
the Zoom's been infiltrated by some ludicrous human beings on the surface of the planet.
inaugurated on
Haters of progress. They've crept in
its
yes.
mandate.
Let's enjoy it. It is a very big Zoom, as you guys can see.
HALLO Foundation is 30. Inaugurated on April 11, 1992, the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation has clocked 30 years. In those 3 decades, the foundation has delivered on its mandate of using the ideals of the sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to advance the cause of humanity and the development of the Nigerian nation. The foundation, as the institutional custodian of Chief Awolowo's intellectual legacy, has over the years guarded most jealously its independence, non-partisanship, and commitment to the promotion of a socially edifying interaction between policy and scholarship. The foundation has sought to actualize its mission mandate through various outreach programs, including but not limited to lectures, dialogues, executive leadership seminars, symposia, and more recently, our conversations, all of which are designed to provide suitable fora for rational discussion of the great issues of the day, in order to continue to build upon the ideals that inspired the public and patriotic activities of Chief Awolowo. Therefore, in pursuance of its ennobling axiom, generating ideas for national development, the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation has consistently ensured that these annual lecture series hold without fail, even in the face of great challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic. The maiden dialogue held in 1992 with the theme Nigeria, the Way Forward featured Professor Claude Ake, 1992 Nigerian National Merit Award winner, as the keynote speaker. Dr. Pius Okigbo, international economist and elder statesman, was the chairman of the event. The foundation has also organized other groundbreaking annual lectures, dialogues, and conversations on critical issues like the Dialogue on Education in 1993, themed Nigeria and Education, the Challenges Ahead. The keynote address was delivered by late Professor J.F. Adeajayi, with Dr. S.J. Kuke, foremost education administrator, as chairman. Other dialogues include the one on Nigeria in Search of Leadership, held in 1994, and which had Justice Chukwudifo Oputa as chairman, with the keynote address delivered by eminent jurist Justice Akinola Aguda. There was also a dialogue on Nigeria, democracy, and the rule of law, which was the focus of a seminal address delivered by Professor Itse Sage in 1995 under the chairmanship of legal icon Chief Rotimi Williams, SAN. The most recent of these was the 2021 Obafemi Awolowo lecture themed Whither Nigeria, delivered by Odia Ofeimon, with Professor Wale Soyinka as chairman, Chief Emeka Anyaoku as special guest, and the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sad Abubakar, as the royal father of the day. The Obafemi Awolowo Prize for Leadership was instituted by the foundation in the name of Chief Obafemi Awolowo to encourage, recognize, reward, and celebrate excellence in Nigerian leadership. In selecting candidates, emphasis is laid on characteristics of leadership and good governance that are in tandem with Chief Awolowo's values. The candidate must be an honest person, possessing strong moral principles, and must also be a person in whom people believe and repose trust. The prize is awarded every 2 years based on demonstrable evidence of substantial achievement across the board of the criteria laid out by the selection committee made up of eminent Nigerians of utmost integrity, led by Chief Emeka Anyaoku, a former Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Because of the very stringent conditions attached to winning the award, only 3 accomplished Africans have so far won the prize. They are Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka in 2012, former South African President Thabo Mbeki in 2014, and Chief Afe Babalola SAN in 2018. In January 2009, the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation launched a year-long program in celebrations of the centenary of the birth of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Public presentation of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation's commemorative publication, Awo on the Trail of a Titan, was held at Muson Center, Lagos, on January 29, 2009. Also, on March 3, 2009, a centennial lecture was delivered by Professor Wole Soyinka at the NIIA Lagos, while a former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan, delivered the second lecture at the same venue on March 20, 2009. A special centennial dialogue was held between July 21 and 22, 2009, in collaboration with the Obafemi Awolowo University, with the theme The Awolowo Legacy and the Youth. It was held at Oduduwa Hall, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. On October 28, 2009, the Foundation held a program on 50 years of television in Africa, The Journey So Far, at the Premier Hotel, Ibadan. On October 6, 2009, the Foundation launched a book, Obafemi Awolowo and the Making of Remo, the local politics of a Nigerian nationalist, in collaboration with the International African Institute and Edinburgh University Press at the School of Oriental and African Studies, London, from January 20 to 21, 2010. The grand finale conference themed Free Education in Nigeria, 55 years on, was held alongside the public presentation of Awo the Builder, a children's version of Awo's biography written by Chief Wumi Adigbomire at Neka House, Alausa, Lagos. The Awolowo Foundation has in the last 3 decades continued to enjoy tremendous support from all strata of the Nigerian society. For instance, the centennial celebrations coincided with the protracted ASU strike of the year 2009. Yet, ASU wrote to the foundation not only endorsing the program, but it also encouraged its striking members and students to participate actively in the 2-day event held in OAU, Ile-Ife, in July 2009. The events were so successful that the main bowl of the university's Oduduwa Hall was filled to capacity. A significant aspect of the foundation's mandate is poverty alleviation. Very early in its existence, it embarked on a microcredit project, mobilizing critical stakeholders to confront issues of poverty and proffer solutions. In furtherance of this objective, the foundation prepared a valuable document which it distributed at a microcredit summit held in Washington, D.C., the United States, in February 1997. It has since then continued to build on that pioneer effort. There is also the Foundation's Center for Leadership Studies, which hosted its inaugural event titled Leadership for Corporate Philanthropy. For the youths, the The foundation has hosted a number of structured outreach programs, including dialogues, lectures, symposia, and our conversations. Of particular interest is the annual Obafemi Awolowo Memorial and HID Awolowo Memorial Under-17 Boys and Girls Youth Soccer competitions, designed specifically for the right development of youths at the grassroots. The OWL Foundation's varied public outings and research efforts have resulted in books, reports, and monographs, which are widely circulated and can be sourced from the Foundation's website, www.obafemiawolowofoundation.org. Today's edition of the annual Obafemi Awolowo Posthumous Birthday Lecture, entitled Values for Africa's Development, to be delivered by Professor Adedapo Ashaju, scholar and former Vice-Chancellor of Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo, who was recently translated to the Bishop of Ilesha Anglican Diocese, is the first in the series of activities lined up to celebrate the 30th anniversary. The Foundation heartily welcomes His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, who is the chairman of this occasion. It equally appreciates the special guest of honor, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, former head of state and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is also the chairman of the Foundation's Board of Trustees, and all dignitaries participating in this lecture. Other events in connection with the 30th anniversary will be unveiled in due course. For the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, it has been 30 years of impactful engagement with humanity. It looks ahead with confidence to deepen its traditional activities and also break new ground to the glory of God and the development of humanity. Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, generating ideas for national development.
Thank you so much for the wonderful documentary that we just watched. And I have to apologize for the graffiti that we see. These are the activities of hackers. We've been trying to keep them out of this conference, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you so much. The next item is for us to take a few good messages. And the first on the list will be Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammadu Saad Abubakar, to give us a goodwill message. Is the Sultan still connected? Okay. The next on my list is the Obi of Onitsha, His Majesty Igwe Nameka Alfred Gochukwu Achebe. Igwe, if you are here, can you please give us your good message, please?
Sorry, I cannot get the video on, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. The video is on now.
We can see you now, very clear.
Okay.
So sorry, sir. We've been battling these hackers. I don't know what they're looking for. Yeah.
That's okay. It's a great pleasure and indeed a privilege for me to deliver this goodwill message. on the occasion of the 30th anniversary lecture of the Bafemi Awolowo Foundation. As a patron of the foundation, I'd like to join in welcoming all present, particularly our distinguished visitor, electronically speaking, the Right Honorable John Dramani Mahama, former President of Ghana. I also welcome in a special way, even though he's the chairman of the Board of Trustees, our amiable former head of state, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. And I understand that the former president of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, a good friend, is also participating, along with several governors and ministers and everybody else. I welcome everybody. And similarly, I also join in welcoming the Right Reverend Professor Adelako Ashaju, the Bishop Theologian of the Church of Nigeria, the Anglican Communion, who, as has just been mentioned, has recently been translated as the Bishop of Ilesha Diocese. I have a special feel for Ilesha, so maybe one of these days I'll be seeing you there, Your Lordship. I congratulate the Bafemi Awolowo Foundation, led by the indefatigable, scion of the great stage, Ambassador Tukumbo Awolowo Dosunmu, for steadfastly immortalizing the memory and the thoughts of our great leader, the Right Honorable Chief Bafemi Awolowo, in an independent and non-partisan manner, as she had stated earlier on in her welcome address. I just say that the mission mandate of the foundation has been well accomplished in its 30 years of existence. And the video clips we've just seen has shown us various programs and activities engaged by the foundation in pursuit of its mission mandate. And of course, this annual lecture series and the separate Distinguished Leadership Award, I believe, will rank as flagships of the foundation's activities. We pray and we trust that the foundation will continue to grow in strength and in scope in the years ahead. The theme of this year's lecture resonates very well with me in my own efforts to transform my kingdom of Onitsha from an ancient enclave that has always basked in the past glories, from there to a forward-looking community that is 21st century compliant. It's a big step change, which we've been backed upon. On becoming monarch in 2002, I met a dysfunctional community that was still very badly affected by the aftermaths of the Civil War. In response to that, firstly, we embarked on a journey of peace building and reconciliation within the community, believing that these were adequate for the social reengineering that we envisaged to carry out in the community. Subsequently, we realized that there was a far more fundamental enabler to our journey of sustainable development, namely restoring our communal values as a community, values that were sorely distorted by the Civil War. We have since infused that concept of values reorientation into every facet of our comprehensive programs for our youths under 4 business pillars and 4 enablers. It is not yet a who. We cannot claim victory yet, but our progress to date has been very satisfying. Today, turning to Africa, with a few exceptions, Africa remains a continent of unfulfilled dreams and expectations, lagging behind the world in most indices of human development. There is still a distinct prevalence of abject poverty, hunger, malnutrition, ignorance, lack of potable water and other basic facilities, internal and regional insecurity, and so on and so forth. Some may even argue that neocolonialism is still alive and well in Africa. Since our own unfortunate civil war in Nigeria, our people, Nigerians, have probably not felt as despondent as in the present times, with widespread insecurity in all parts of the country, declining economy and the quality of life, the massive exodus of our professionals for greener pastures abroad, and disruption to our tertiary education by incessant strikes by ASU, youth frustration as manifested in the NSAS movement, and so on and so forth. The foregoing unhappy picture, both for Africa and for Nigeria, notwithstanding, UNICEF has declared that the future of humanity is increasingly African. And that, of course, is predicated on the youthful population of the continent. It thus becomes imperative that this burgeoning youth population, that the population is effectively trained and effectively harnessed as the most potent engine for development. Our youths, well trained, well harnessed, will become the real force for development for Africa. Failing to do that, its disappointed youth population would, on the contrary, become the greatest threat to the stability and well-being of the continent. I trust, therefore, that today's lecture will give fresh insights on the challenges of sustainable development in our context and the place of values in that context. Our guest lecturer is well-respected intellectual and is eminently qualified to do justice to the subject of the lecture. I wish all of us happy participation, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for very insightful contribution to this conference of today. We have the Sultan here now, Sultan Mohammed Saad Abubakar. Please kindly give your remarks, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم. My most distinguished excellencies, royal fathers, members of the audience listening virtually, may the peace and blessing of the Almighty be upon us all. I'd like to thank God Almighty for making it possible for us to be here again, though virtually, for this 30th anniversary of this foundation's existence. I'd like to thank God Almighty for giving that strength to the executive director for all what she's been doing and make sure that the foundation stays very strong and strong and strong. We are very pleased to be part of this foundation. We've taken part so many times, either physically or virtually, during this 6th March annual gathering of intellectuals, patriots, and of course, statesmen. I'd like to recognize Our Excellencies, the former head of state, General Gawan, and the former president of Ghana for being part of this. I'm very elated too to see the topic for today's discussion, which our most distinguished lecturer is going to deliver, and to see the underscoring and the significance of this topic. Some scholars have argued that part of the reason why Africa has not developed is the fact that many of the values which came as a result of our associating with the imperial West, our values at variance with our socio-cultural environment. In other words, many of these values are at variance with our cultures and traditions. The scholars have gone further to show how Asian countries have been able to develop to the levels of Europe and America by keeping their traditional values. And also they invite some Western ideas of development. The fact that in Japan, for example, Emperor Hirohito and priests, Japanese Shinto religion were involved in their development leagues. The rise of the Asian tigers was unique because they did so without losing their Asian values. And they became a model of development for many developing societies. We believe the European industrialization and development was also associated with the Protestant values, which were said to have shaped the minds of Europeans and facilitated the growth of capitalism. That societal values have always played a positive role in the development of societies is fairly obvious. It is important to remember that Africa had built empires and developed their economy over 500 years. And the famous empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai are very well known in the history. Many will remember how the great Mansa Musa brought the world price of gold down in Egypt. We need to study about the African values that built these polities and their economies. We must remember that a lot of the European values have no roots in our tradition and religion. And even for sustainability, we need to build on those African values that motivated and inspired our development. Many of these are preserved in the writings of our historians and the literature of the political leaders themselves. I particularly wish to recommend the work of Sultan Muhammad Bello on political economy, which was titled Admonition of the Companion on the Rules and Principles of Earning a Living, which translated by one scholar as, I quote, the dignity of labor. It is therefore both pleasing and relieving to see that this discussion is taking place at a time when there is pressure on Africa to develop. Nigeria, for its size and its history, must lead this development of Africa. And as we have seen in other societies, development starts with a mindset shaped by values, which are both indigenous and dynamic. Development must be sustainable, and to be sustainable, it must be anchored on values that are indigenous. This will require us to come back to our roots and prioritize those values that can inspire and motivate development. Of course, the values that are universal, there are values that are universal, but even universal values require local anchors, and which will give them meaning and traction. It's much easier to build on what we have than to try drafting foreign values on local side, which have no roots in our cultural soil. I wish you successful deliberation and to commend the HALLO Foundation and assure you of my continued participation in all your programs, but we believe what we are doing is good for our country, is good for humanity. Once more, I wish all of us successful deliberation and God's blessing. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Alhaji Sada Abubakar, for very enlightening admonition to all of us. I see Governor Kadi Fahimi online. Kindly give your good message. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Excellencies, the chair of this very distinguished occasion, former President John Dramani Mahama, the chair of the Board of Trustees of the HALLO Foundation, our father, retired General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, the former President of South Africa, our royal fathers here present, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the executive director of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, our auntie, Dr. Tokunbo Awolowo Josumo. I speak for all my colleagues who would all have loved to be here this evening in celebrating the 30 years of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation. To anyone who aspires to lead in our country, one of the very first reference points you would get is the sage, the late Chief of Obafemi Awolowo, particularly those from my part of the country, but are actually generally across Nigeria and indeed in the continent. So Awolowo remains peerless in our annals of democratic governance, and at every opportunity, we always refer to him and to the works that he did, more importantly. So it's a delight for me to speak on behalf of Nigerian Governors Forum on this occasion, that we also have the special lecture on values. And all of Awolowo's works, particularly intellectual works, refer to values of love, of empathy, of mental magnitude. And for me, everything rises and falls on a people's values and value system. A people's value ultimately determines how they assign importance to things and how the social things and how the social fabric of the society is woven. Values represent the abstract and invisible beams and pillars upon which the citadel of a people's civilization is constructed. A society's values signify its worldview and explains its aspirations. Values are the totality of ethos, mores, and standards that have been endurably inducted into the consciousness of the society as the guiding principles which designate its moral codes. It generally prescribes what is venerated or vitiated, what is sacred or mundane, and what is lionized or demonized. A people's collective values define their very core essence. And this is something that the late Chief Awolowo taught us, not only through his writings or his speeches, but also through his actions, by focusing on literacy in the Western region. And the chairman of the Board of Trustees already referred to that, as well as the chairman of this occasion. Chief Awolowo made it possible for a generation of educated kids to be born in the society. And that is what has since translated to what we continue to do, not just in the Western part, but in the entire country known as Nigeria today. I do not want to give the lecture because we already have a most qualified gentleman who has been assigned to do that. All that I would like to say by way of a goodwill message on behalf of the Nigerian governors is to thank Chief Obafemi Awolowo and the work he did as an inspiration. The job is not yet done. We haven't fulfilled or even lived up to his expectation, or done half of what he was able to achieve in his less than a decade of being in charge of Western region, and in the few years that he served as Minister of Finance for the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the leadership of General Gowan. But he still represents for us that goal that our country must attain in order to earn a pride of place in the Committee of Nations. And we shall continue to strive, to seek, and not to yield in our quest for a better, a united, a more prosperous Nigeria, in order to honor the memory of the sage and our leading light. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Governor Fayemi. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have Governor Tambo online. If not, I will move on to former Governor Olusegun Mimiko to give a short table read message. Governor Mimiko, are you here?
Thank you. Can you?
Yes,
Can you
I
pick
can
me?
hear you loud and clear. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me just say it is indeed a pleasure for me to be part of this meeting. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. I was relevant so many years after his transition. It's a lesson for me, for all contemporary leaders in Nigeria, nay, Africa. It's a lesson for us on the values that endure. And I'm sure we have the lecturer delve into details of that. But we must all, as leaders, aspiring leaders of our people, learn from the contemporary relevance of Awolowo so many years after he left. Awolowo was definitely a thinker like no other in his generation. His position on federalism in a multi-ethnic, multi-linguistic, multicultural entity like Nigeria, and his social democratic paradigm of development still gain currency every day in this country. All I have left to say is to actually congratulate the foundation for keeping the memory of our sage alive. Especially, I want to congratulate Dr. Mrs. Tukumba Olo-Dusmu, the Executive Director for our tenacity, and all members of the Board of Trustees. I now sit back to listen to an exciting lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Iroko, as we know him, our Governor of Ondo State. Thank you. I see Governor Tamwa online now. Are you here? Okay, you are muted.
Yes, very well.
Yes, thank you. Can you please give your goodwill message, please?
Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator. I give my special compliments and regards to the chairman of today's event, and chairman of the Board of Trustees. I pay my respect to the president, former president of Ghana, and President Thabo Mbeki. I also chairman of the Board of Trustees, our leader, General Yakubu Gawan, GCFR, my colleagues, and other distinguished, very eminent personalities on this platform, Your Royal Highnesses and Your Royal Majesties. It is indeed a privilege to not only participate in this very important event, but having been given the opportunity to make a statement is indeed a rare privilege. My boss, the chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum, has spoken on behalf of all the governors. I therefore wish to lean on all that he has said on our behalf and to encourage our dear mother, Ambassador Somo, to continue with the good work, and members of the foundation to continue with the good work of the legislature, and to say that we are all students in his institution of governance and leadership, and we shall continue to give our best to our societies, placing very, very important premium on values in leadership of our societies. I thank you very much for the opportunity as I sit back also to await the very important and elucidating lecture by our dear professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Governor Tambuwal. I saw you recently in Abidjan. Good to see you again. Before we move on to the next item, which is a musical interlude, which will precede the introduction of the guest speaker, I wish to acknowledge a couple of more people. We have here His Royal Majesty Akaribu of Remo, Oba Babatunde Ajayi. We also have here Dr. Beatrice Ubeku, MFR. We have Professor Anike Grange. We have Ms. Onyeka Nwenu. We have Mike Awonifa. We have Professor Bolaji Aluko, my good friend. We have NAFDAC DG, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. And we also have one more person here that I can't see very well. But we will continue to acknowledge those we are able to pick out of the screen as we go by. I will now invite the musical interlude, very short musical interlude. After that, we go into the introduction of guest speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, BJ sir. Thank you. Thank you. The next, we are now getting to exactly where we all are expecting this evening. That will be the lecture, Values for Africa's Development, which will be delivered by Professor Reverend Adedapo Ashaju. Let me introduce our guest speaker briefly. He was born on the 16th of November, 1961. Dapo Ashaju hails from the royal family of Ashaju in Iyara, Ijumu, Kogi State. He graduated from the University of Ilorin, where he obtained BA, MA, and PhD degrees in the same university. He began his teaching career as a graduate assistant at the Development of Religions, University of Ilorin in 1983. He joined the staff of the Department of Religion, Lagos State University in 1984, and rose through the ranks to become the Professor of Christian Studies in 2004. He delivered his professorial inaugural lecture in 2005 titled Re-Enthroning Theology as Queen of Sciences. Professor Dapo Ashaju was chairman of Academic Staff Union of Universities, Lagos State University branch, from 1988 to 1992, under the National ASU leadership of Professor Atahiru Jega. He was a visiting professor at the Theology Department of the University of Birmingham, UK in 2004. He has served as external examiner to numerous universities in the UK, the US, and 15 Nigerian universities. He has supervised 41 PhD theses, published numerous books and articles in reputable local and international journals. He was appointed the Bishop Theologian of Anglican Church of Nigeria and concentrated Bishop of the 10th, on the 10th of January 2010. In January 2022, he was again elected Bishop of Bishop of Diocese of the Nation. Professor Dapo Ashaju was acting Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic of Lagos State University in 2012, Vice Chancellor Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo, 2015 to 2020. He's married to Barrister Harriet Dapo Ashaju, a lawyer, a librarian, and a theologian also. His niece to Professor Olu Jegede, and they are blessed with 3 children and 3 grandchildren. I hereby call on our guest lecturer of today, Professor Dapo Ashaju, to give his speech.
The chairman of this very auspicious event, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana. Our father, His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic and former Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, former Head of State, Chairman of the Board of Trustees. His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of South Africa and the former First Lady of South Africa, their father Thabo Mbeki and Mama Mbeki. Her Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Tokumbo Awolowo Dosunmu, the Executive Director of Obafemi Awolowo Foundation. Let me join others in thanking you for keeping the legacies of our revered father, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, alive. His Excellencies, the Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency, the Governor of Sokoto State, His Excellency, the former Governor of Ondo State, His Eminence, their father, the Sultan of Sokoto, our father, the Obi of Onisha, the Oluwo of Iwo, Ayomure of Ikorodu, Akaribu of Remo, our father, Chief Ayo Banjo, and the wife of the late Professor J.F. Adeajayi is also here. Reputable journalist Michael Onyufa, Dari Babani Safa here at the Tribune table. Our great professor of note, Professor Balaji Akiyemi, former Minister of External Affairs, Professor Kayode Oyedino. Very esteemed ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. I feel very greatly honored to have been asked to deliver this year's Obafemi Awolowo Foundation lecture titled Values for Africa's Development. Values for Africa's Development. This is in memory of a great ex-political leader and thinker, a pragmatic leader which Africa has produced, popularly described by both friends and opponents as the best president that Nigeria never had. He is talking about the legacies of His Excellency, Chief Dr. Obafemi Awolowo, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Doctor of Law, former Premier of the Western Region of Nigeria. We want to join all of us in wishing him peaceful rest in the bosom of the Lord still, as we celebrate his 30th anniversary of departure and his posthumous birthday. And please permit me to also join all of us who are here gathered to congratulate the Federal Republic of Ghana on their anniversary today. Again, the title of this lecture is Values for Africa's Development. Africans must be reminded about their historical past, contrary to the general tendency of amnesia whereby people forget their history. And Africans are really challenged to recall their histories and their heroes as a way of understanding where they are coming from and charting the way of getting to their future aspirations in development. We are gathered here to deliver this lecture in memory of the legacies of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It continues to resonate, not necessarily in the ears of present generation of elders, many of us who encountered him physically, and many still encounter his ideas and books. He is one politician who has written books in Africa, a very rare feat. I walked into the bookshop one day and I found about 12 books authored by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He was a great man of ideas. But his legacies need to be retold against the context of our topic today, the search for Africa's genuine development, in the interest of the younger generation of Africans in whose hands lie the future destinies of the vast peoples and nations of the African continent. Africa today is in dire need of historical consciousness. And isn't it amazing that in the curriculum of many African schools today, history is no longer being taught? We need to get that back. We need to get back our history. We have a very rich history, very rich culture, very rich legacies who are great people in the past. We need to go to the fundamentals and retrace our steps in attaining a very enviable destiny for Africa of the future. Africa, again, I say, is in need of historical consciousness. This is a continent that once paraded a very impressive array of respected and powerful peoples who are no longer like they used to be. We speak of the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire, the Ashanti Empire, the Kanem-Borno Empire, the Oyo Empire, and other empires. We had rulers, we had governments prior to the coming in of the colonial authorities. Africa is a continent that has a teeny population of young people who are no longer very educated about their rich history, their culture, and their socio-political heritage. But today, we are grappling with the problems of underdevelopment, inferiority complex, and the continued subjugation by bad political leaderships across the country, I dare say even across the world. See what is happening all over the world. See what is happening in the so-called developed world. The best are not in the saddle. The eras of having very great leaders who are ideologically very, very profound is over. Today, we see that in the city of the blind, the one-eyed man rule in many of the countries of the world. Not just in Africa, there is a very worrisome deficit in leadership internationally. Imagine what we are grappling with right now with Russia and Ukraine. In the days when United Nations was United Nations, what is happening ought not to happen. Today, the international community appears impotent as one nation violates the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of another, and the whole world looks on. only reporting what is happening with little impact in intervention. That is not the kind of Africa that we envisage, and that's not the kind of the world that we really envisage. We are still dealing with lots of problems. Isn't it worrisome that after the eras of democracy in Africa, we are grappling again with the resurgence of military coups in Mali, in Burkina Faso? Should this be happening in Africa at this time? Should we be importing food from outside the country with all the vast lands, arable lands we have in this country, with all the human resources we have? Should we be dealing with the problems of unemployment for our teenage youth? Should we be dealing with the problems of poverty? Should we be importing fuel that we produce? Africa is not yet on course. We are suffering from a brain drain of professionals overseas, and that is not just in Nigeria, it is across Africa. It is woe to a country whose best brains, the potential leaders of tomorrow, do no longer find homely, to the extent that they are now going outside their country for greener pastures. And African countries behave as if all is well. When the old ones die off, the younger ones are supposed to be the ones to raise the future of Africa, to raise leadership. Professor Oreshonika was once asked about the destiny of Africa. Unfortunately, what he said was that the present set of, or past set of leaderships and the present sets are tantamount to a wasted generation because we've not gotten it right. So they asked him, what is the future of Africa? He said, you have to raise and grow a new breed of leaders in Africa. Now, these leaders are the ones who are leaving this country, and as they leave this country, we no longer have any hope that Africa has a very good future. Olayiwola Adegorin, in his article titled Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, describes him in the following words. I quote, Chief Awolowo was a principled man who, by his pattern self-discipline and understanding of himself, his accomplishments, his failures and successes, was a fearless leader. He has set an example of leadership for a new generation of Nigerian politicians. He was not only a brilliant politician, but a highly cerebral thinker, statesman, dedicated manager, brilliant political economist, a social democrat, and a committed federalist. Isn't it amazing that even on this platform, we have received words across the country from the eminent Sultan of Sokoto, from the great Obi of Odisha, and also from the Yoruba leaders all across this country. He was a deep tribalist Nigerian, he was a uniting factor, he was the most eminent politician of courage, of candor that this country ever produced. It was a fine combination of brain and charisma. So he was a social democrat, a committed federalist. From all accounts, Chief Awolowo knew the worst and the best. He knew laughter and sorrow, vilification and verification, tribulations and triumphs, poverty and prosperity, failures and successes in life. Let me take us to one of the quotations of Chief Awolowo himself. I quote, for upwards of 30 years, I have been in politics in Nigeria. During this period, I have operated in various important theaters in the life of this great federation. I have, with others, fought against British imperialism with all my might, and with all the talents that it pleased God to give me. I have also fought against anything which savours of injustice. It is thus an irony of history that as one of the architects of Nigeria's independence, I have spent almost half of Nigeria's 3 years of independence as a then under one form of confinement or another. Chief Obafemi Awolowo wrote this on September 11, 1963. How wasteful Africans can be of their talents. Very unfortunate indeed. Africa once had a good array of leaders of international standards who built their respective nations following the tragic eras of the Atlantic trade and European colonization. Such charismatic leaders include Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Nnamdi Azikiwe and Obafemi Awolowo and Sir Ahmadu Bello of Nigeria, Patrice Lumumba of Congo, Marcus Garvey of Jamaica in the Caribbean, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., United States of America, Nelson Mandela, and Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, Dauda Jawara of Gambia, Felix Ofuegboenin of Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, Omar Bongo of Gabon, Ahmed Socio-Cultural of Guinea, Nassim Eyadema of Togo, William Pogba of Liberia, Leopold Sedar Senghor of Senegal. We still have heroes in Africa. As secondary school students, we knew the names of these African leaders just by heart. They were so popular and they cowered over the affairs of their countries. Today, there are few stars available in the political horizon. Obafemi Awolowo was a Pan-Africanist. Alongside Kwame Nkrumah and Nnamdi Azikiwe, today there appears to be few stars in the political leadership of African nations. The lives, principles, methods, and intellectual thoughts of Chief Awolowo will be set as example for our examination in this lecture of values for the development of Africa. African values and heritage. Subtitle. Values are ethical and behavioral principles that undergird the attitude and actions of an individual, a society, or a system. In African context, traditional moral values refers to codes of ethical conduct, including the African taboos that are put in place to prevent violation of ethical or spiritual standards. Values are also defined as individual beliefs that motivate people to act one way or another. They serve as guide for human behavior. Generally, people are predisposed to adopt the values that they are raised with. That's why we say charity begins at home. People tend to believe that those values are right because they are the values of their particular culture. The Cambridge Dictionary defines values as, I quote, the principles that help to decide what is right and wrong and how to act in various situations. This definition will guide our discourse on the personal and political values of Chief Obafemi Awolowo and the challenge to development in contemporary African nations. Africa is a diverse continent in nationalities, cultures, and races. There are effectively three categories of Africa. The first are the black race, the Negroid, in sub-Saharan Africa, located in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa. The second are the Arabs, who are geographically located in North Africa, such as Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. Third are the Africans in the diaspora, and they have every reason to qualify as Africans. For indeed, racially, they were. These were the descendants of the slaves that were taken away from African continent into Europe, America, and the Caribbeans in those days to work on the plantations, and whose descendants have now become acculturated or assimilated in their host communities. We find them in America, black Africans in America, we find them in Europe, we have them in Brazil. These constitute the black Americans and the black British, the black Brazilians, who during FESTAC 1977 were brought together in a unifying effort under the former head of state, General Olusegun Obasanjo. We held FESTAC, where all Africans gathered to celebrate their culture. It is noteworthy that although the North African relates to the Negroid through the umbrella African Union, formerly called Organization of African Unity, as well as through the sports, especially through the African Nations Sports Competition, their geopolitics relates more with the Arab kings and kings. To all these categories, whether the North African Africans or the Negroid Africans, Chief Obafemi Awolowo comparatively towers as a great leader, intellectual giant, philosophical model, a pragmatic example of governance. Imagine that in the Western region, under the shadow of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the first television was introduced in the whole of Africa. Is it imaginable that Ibadan had television before Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and before some countries in Europe? He was indeed a man far ahead of his own time. What a pity that we threw away our Messiah, that would have turned Nigeria to become an El Dorado or a land of promise in the community of nations. Underlying effective leadership are ethics and philosophy, more so that of a leader. The concept of the philosopher king is the ideal for good leadership. Added to this is the concept of servant leader, which ensures that the governance of African societies identify with the grassroots and operate with a philosophy of service for the good of the people, not for personal aggrandizement, materialism, or ego. Leaders of nations are mostly detached from the people they serve. Good world-renowned leaders are servant leaders. The very terminologies of civil servants, public servants, used in our public services in Africa show the fact that all officers are indeed servants. Hence, there is no room for autocracy in a democratic system. I listened to a debate recently going on in the British Parliament, and that is the beauty of the parliamentary system. They are having problem with the Prime Minister over his conducting a party at number 10 Downing Street during COVID. What African countries will just brush aside as a non-issue. They are putting him to task. And when the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom appeared before the Parliament, he was arguing with the parliamentarians, and the Speaker stood up and said, Mr. Prime Minister, you might be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but here I am in charge. This is the Parliament. I order you to sit, and the Prime Minister had to sit. What a beautiful system, where the leader is brought to debate every policy and to argue his way through in the face of the opposition. We jettison the parliamentary system, and we foisted upon ourselves a very expensive presidential system where our leaders are larger than life, where they need siren to find their way along in the traffic, and they can hardly be reached by the people that they govern. That is not the ideal of governance. That was not what African governance meant. That is not the ideal of governance. The ideal of governance is the servant leader. The capitalist philosophy, which is influencing our attitude to politics today, has its pros and cons, but it has given us a free world and given us democratic principles and values which are fuller personal liberty, giving us electoral rights, fundamental human and constitutional rights, etc. On the other hand, we have the communist philosophy as enshrined in the Marxist-Leninist ideologies, which are socialist in nature. Africa has grappled with the two different extremes in ideologies, capitalism and socialism. And isn't it interesting that even today, Africa has no ideology of its own? We need to create our own ideology that is grown within African system and traditional values, that is authentically African and authentically also politically compliant with international modus operandi of governance. Today, we are toying between the left and the right. As capitalism is influencing Africa, communism is having a resurgence. Talk about China and the expansionary tendencies all over Africa today. China is communist, and along with communist interests, Russia also is trying to recover the old USSR. We are told communism and capitalism are at war, and Africa is still an underdog, not finding her own identity, but grappling within the two extremes which have not provided the best for the world at large. There is no heavenly place anywhere in the world, whether in the capitalist West or in the communist East. Not at all. We have to originate our own system of governance and take the best of our own traditional system, fine-tune the excesses, and be able to decorate it with some form of modernity, and then we can be able to have our way of progress that is authentically Africa. Obafemi Awolowo chose the best of the two extremes of ideologies. He subscribed to the free market economy of the West and the egalitarian and welfarist socialist policies of the East. Awolowo was a philosopher of note, a thoroughbred ideologue, a teacher, an economist, a journalist, and a publisher of the Tribune newspapers, a politician, and a senior advocate of Nigeria in the legal profession. He combined and effectively represented the best of all professions to which he was identified. He was authentically as African as he was Western in education and orientation. He deployed his wealth of knowledge and wisdom in forging a new Nigerian nation during the struggles for independence of African countries and the attendant constitutional debates. I beseech us to go back into memory lane and examine again all the constitutional meetings that happened in London prior to Nigeria being granted independence. Obafemi Awolowo deployed the best of his intellect, the best of his legal competence in fighting for the independence of Africa. Unfortunately, during the period leading to the independence, he was sidelined. He hardly participated in any of the major events except the dinner and the play at the time when the flag was hosted, the flag was hosted. He was the one that spearheaded intellectually with Nnamdi Azikiwe the fight for the independence of Africa. And not all parts of Nigeria believed in independence at that time. Some felt that they were not ripe enough. And there are even still some today who have this genuine idea that maybe Africa became independent too early. Perhaps colonialism would have done us better if we had properly been cooked. But I do not agree with that. I believe that we have been victims of colonialism and we are yet to recover from it. It was good we got rid of colonialism. It was good that our own stars, our own scholars who were trained in the best of traditions. Nnamdi Azikiwe was trained in America. He was at a point a roommate to Kwame Nkrumah in the United States of America. Awolowo was trained in the United Kingdom. So were many, many other leaders of Africa today. We had a very thorough breed of post-colonial leaders at the point of independence. Africa and Africans, they occupy a notable space on the role of honor of world development. Taking Christianity, for example, pardon me, it is commonly acknowledged that modern civilization commenced from Egypt. So Egypt was the cradle of civilization globally. I am here postulating the fact that Africans are not underdogs. When you look at what is happening all over Africa today, you ask the question, are we cursed? Some have even propounded the Hamitic theory, which we in theology contest. Some are trying to manipulate theology to say Africans are descendants of the son of Noah who was cursed. Shem, Japheth, and Ham. They want to argue that Shem is the father of the Caucasians, that Japheth is the father of the Asians, and that Ham is the father of the Africans, and that as a result of the curse which Noah placed upon Ham, that his descendants will forever be hewers of woods and fetchers of waters, and will perpetually serve his brothers. The white colonialists want to abuse theology to confirm or to claim superiority, that it is God-given genetic and genetic cause that Africans must be underdog. And our behavior does not lay credence to negate that. Because if you look at the whole of Africa, how come Africans shine as stars whenever they leave the shores of their continent? How come the best of doctors who are performing wonders in America, Germany, UK, India, and indeed Nigerians, how come at home they're not welcome? There's no room for them to expand to practice. How come we are still begging for food? How come we are having security? How come we are not organized? How come we don't have electricity? Are we cursed? I don't think we are cursed. I think we have fundamental problems. We have historical problems. All we need to do is to recover ourselves, reinvent our identity, sit down, brainstorm, and solve our individual problems in every area of life. In Christianity, which I use as a case study very, very briefly, I refer to Africa being the cradle of a civilization. And I want us to remember that the original Egyptians were blacks. But eventually, when the Arabs came into Egypt through intermarriages and forced marriages, we now began to interbreed, and we now began to have a new breed of people who have now become Arab dominated. Originally, the Egyptians were blacks, and even some of the pharaohs during the period of the Hyksos was a black woman, was a black man, and we had encounters also of the black people also playing very important role, even in the evolution of Christianity. Talk about the Queen of Sheba, who came all the way from Ethiopia to see Solomon, and who had an affair with Solomon and gave birth to the black Jews today who are in Ethiopia, who are called the father child. You find them in Israel, and they are recognized by the European, by the Israeli government. We have several people. Jesus himself spent his childhood years in Africa. He was grown as an African child. Jesus Christ was persecuted. His life was threatened by Herod, and God has his parents to take him to Africa. So Jesus had an African background. And so we in Africa, we have played very significant roles in the evolution of leadership very generally. And I stumbled upon this particular information that in the year 193 to 211, there was actually a black Roman emperor. The name of the Roman emperor who ruled over the whole of the Roman Empire and who at a particular point in time was even able to, he was the one that built the walls of London, was Lucius Septimius Severus. From 11 April 145 AD to 4th February 2011. Can you imagine a former black Roman emperor? The blacks have always achieved wonders in world history prior to the time of the, not just the colonialism, but the Atlantic slave trade, which dehumanized us. Africans are not genetic underdogs to the Caucasian and the Mongolian. They have simply suffered from bad leadership and social political system and accidents of history. The eras of his slavery and colonialism were most damaging to African identity, to our values, to our morality, to our culture, our religion, and our self-esteem. Africans have remained underdogs today in the community of nations because of our misadventure with governance. We have suffered and had our own bad share of a lot of vicissitudes of life. Apartheid in South Africa and in Zimbabwe and that climb. And we also have our own share of dictators like Idi Amin Dada of Uganda, Mobutu Sese Seko Lozani, and several other leaders. We've had the Nigerian Biafran War. We've had the bad Liberian War. We've had the Sierra Leone War. We've had the Rwandan genocide. We've claimed more than 800 lives. And here, I wish to use Awolowo as a very good example. In spite of what happened during the Nigerian Civil War, he was intrinsically a man across culture. He was a detribalized Nigerian. And people who play religious politics are playing a very dangerous game. And when you look at Saudi Arabia today, you look at Dubai today, these are foremost Islamic countries, but Islam has been used by them in such a manner that it has complemented their aspirations for development and for educational advancement. See how developed they are, see how, see the level of their GDP today. And so religion has no excuse to be used by anyone to foment trouble in Africa. Even more dangerous than the religion is ethnicity, as happened in the case of Rwanda. When the genocide happened in Rwanda between the Tutsis and the Hutus, people forgot about religion. Imams, pastors, they joined in killing their fellow beings. So we have to be very careful never to play the ethnic agenda when it comes to nationhood. We have been able to survive in Africa today simply because of the way we have managed to form a federation of different nationalities. I am encouraging us to deal with religious extremism and deal with ethnic chauvinism as which can impede our progress in Africa. We are not moving further in progress unless we are able to put all this behind us. Africans are diverse in nature, and our African proverb says, the sky is broad enough for birds of different breeds to fly in the sky without hurting each other. We must embrace our diversity religion-wise, embrace our diversity in ethnicity. I found that those who are using religion and ethnicity to fund their political advancement are doing so for their own selfish reason. The people at the grassroots don't believe in that problem. They intermarry, they felicitate with each other. In their Awolowo family, there are Muslims. They will be their sister to Elijah was a very, that is the nature we have. We cross boundaries. Many of the Muslim leaders were trained in Christian schools. Many of the Christian leaders, including myself, went to Muslim schools. I went to a Muslim school. And so that was how we were raised. These were the values of harmony, values of unity with which we were raised. We need to use Awolowo as an example of that. We must get that back. When we're able to unite, then we can be able to talk about having a common destiny, a common agenda, and a common trust towards development. Obafemi Awolowo's values for governance and development. That is another subtopic. I wish to again quote elaborately the following description of Chief Awolowo's impact on development in the Western region as a case study. I quote, before Awolowo embarked on his ambition for the office of Federal Foreign Minister, he was keen as ever on putting this region, southwestern region of Nigeria, on a sound economic footing as a major player in industrial and commercial concerns. He raised the minimum wage of workers from 5 shillings of 1954 to 5 shillings and 6 pence on April 1, 1959. He incorporated the Western Hotels Limited, which invested in the building of the majestic Premier and Lafayette Hotels in Ibadan, where industrialists and tourists could have decent accommodation and cool their heels. Chief Obafemi Awolowo set companies and empowered them with government funding to shore up their working capital. This included Western Nigeria Development Corporation, WNDC, the Finance Corporation, and Western Nigeria Housing Corporation. The Western Nigeria Ministry of Industries was the main supervisory department of government which incorporated these mega corporations. WNDC, under the leadership of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, floated a large number of industries and companies only owned by government or held in partnership with several foreign investors. This includes the National Bank of Nigeria, the Wema Bank of Nigeria, Great Nigeria Insurance Company, the Nigerian General Insurance Company, the Nigerian General Insurance, Gravel and Ogun and Company, Lagos Airport Hotel, Vegetable Oil, Cocoa Industries, Odua Textiles, Rock Iron Limited, Union Beverages Limited, Songa Company, Wema Bond Estates, Western Livestock, Fisheries Services Limited, Casting Press, Epe Plywood, Ascar Paints, Nigeria Craft and Bags Limited, Nippon Plastic, Phoenix Motors, and several others. Today, many of these companies are still viable and have been consolidated in the Odua group of companies, which is regarded as the largest conglomerate in the history of Nigeria. This is unfortunate, the glorious past. Today, what are we seeing? Take Nigeria as an example. Majority of the foreign companies have exited the country because of lack of very unfriendly environment, unavailability of steady electricity, and the high cost of doing business. They are relocating to Ghana and several other countries. How that such a man in the 1950s set up this variety of companies, the largest conglomerate in the history of Nigeria. It was indeed not just in politics, but also in industrialization and development ahead of its time. The 25-story building known as Cocoa House, and by the way, that house is still standing like the rock of Gibraltar. It is the buildings, high-rises that are being built by corrupted Africans today that are collapsing. His own Cocoa House, 25-story building, which was in nowhere Nigeria at that time, the Cocoa House was built by Chief Awolowo using cocoa money. Oil was not the mainstay of the economy then. It has not even been discovered, but he was able to do the best with the little resources available to him. Chief Awolowo laid the foundation and saw the completion by his successor of the crowning glory of his party's success story. And after completion in the 60s, the building remained the tallest in West Africa for decades thereafter. Chief Awolowo came in office as the premier was valid until December 1961, but he resigned his premiership and vacated his seat in the House of Assembly 2 years ahead of his own mandate. What a man of principle. He had business to do in the federal sector of governance, so he resigned as primate. Not many of our leaders will resign today. Many of them will not resign. Many want to die in office. Many want second time by all means, even when they have nothing to offer. Many, at the end of the day, they just live without anything to reckon with. Many recycle themselves. And as we see in Nigeria, as soon as they've done their 2 terms in the governorship sector, they want to transit to Senate, where they could stay for the next 20 years. These are values or principles are no longer held sacrosanct by many of our leaders. People should be able to serve and quit the stage. William Shakespeare said, we all are actors, we have our role to play. We quit the stage as soon as our role is done. But many people want to stay on even when the drama is over. Awolowo was a man of integrity. He knew when to stay, he knew when to quit. The African dilemma today, using Nigeria as an example, people of all the indigenous nationalities, ethnic groups, and religions have equal stakes in this country, Nigeria. Christians, Muslims, Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo, the Middle Belt, the people in the South, so many. We have 250 different languages and individual ethnic configurations in this country. So when you talk of Nigeria being dominated by the 3 big brothers, I think it is an abnormality. Nigeria is a diverse country, and all these other subgroups also have their rights as well. We have been dealing with constitutional arrangements to be able to find our way towards good governance and effective development, we've still not gotten it right. Using Nigeria as an example, for example, we have that we have had the Order in Council Crown Colony Constitution 1913, Clifford Constitution 1922, Richard Constitution 1946, McPherson Constitution 1951, Littleton Constitution 1954, the Westminster Constitution 1946, the first Constitution upon Independence approved by British Order 1960, the second post-independent Constitution 1963 until the military intervened in Nigerian affairs. Then we now have the 1979 Constitution and subsequent constitutional amendments, including the 1991, foisted upon the Nigerian people by the military. African nations have had a mix of civilian regimes as well as military interventions. There have been the good side, there have been the ugly sides. They have also contributed their own culture to the development of Nigeria, of Africa as a whole. More than 61 years after independence, Nigeria is still tinkering with her constitution. When are we going to get it right? Unless we evolve our own indigenous constitution, which is initiated by the people, which is inputted into by the constituent part of Nigeria, not just the big brothers, but by everyone. Unless we design it, we will not be able to make a very authentic headway. The regional structure of Nigeria, which is under the parliamentary system, appears to have worked better than what we have now. The situation we have now is not the best. We are in dire straits and we are behaving as if we are oblivious of the impending calamity coming. Nigeria, as an example, depends absolutely, almost entirely on oil. Before oil was found, didn't we survive? Were there no granite pyramids in the north? Was not able to sustain the western region with all the novel achievements? How come we abandoned agriculture? How come we abandoned other mineral resources and we are now depending upon oil? Oil is a depletable resource. We didn't put it there. God put it there. All we've been doing is to draw and to sell. And we have squandered all the resources, almost all the resources we have derived from oil. Dubai was nothing near Nigeria or Ghana some 50 years ago. From that oil, see what the Saudi Arabian Emirates have made of their countries. Go to Abu Dhabi. See the airline. Nigeria does not have a single airline. As I speak today, we don't have any reliable transport system. The rail system is comatose. We are a nation that has really retrogressed. Everyone depends upon oil, and they go to the federal capital for federal allocation. We are not conscious of the dynamics of the economy globally. People are speaking against environment. People are speaking against fossil fuel. Those who buy our oil are now going into the knowledge industry. The ICT is taking over. Electric machines, electric cars are now being made. When they stop buying the oil, what are we going to depend upon as the source of our income? Constituent parts of the African states and local governments, they are not doing anything to be self-sufficient. They are not doing anything to be innovative. They are only looking for federal allocation. That allocation is going to dry up. And once it dries up, then it shall be Toyota for Israel, because people are going to find their own survival strategy. And Awolowo saw ahead of his time. He was able to make impressive investment in the health sector, see the UCH at Ibadan, in communication, in agriculture. The roads he tar are still motorable today. Look at the industrial estates everywhere. He had impact in every ramification. He is an example. And Africans should come back to their senses. Let us sit down and redesign our destiny. Where did we get wrong in every sector? Let us call a brainstorming session of all the intellectuals. We are not depending upon the politicians any longer. They have little or nothing to offer us. Many of the political parties are saying virtually the same thing. People who have come, who have governed us, and have not been able to impact our life. Nigerians and indeed Africans don't want too much from government. They want just sources of income for them to keep body and soul together. They want security. They want steady electricity. They want potable water. They want equal opportunity for them to actualize their own potential. We're not asking for too much, and we have enough human and natural resources to achieve this. How come with all the natural resources and human resources we have, we are not giving them space? Many of the children we produce from universities today, they are now on the unemployment market, and we are sitting upon the cake of gunpowder. And there are no thinkers who can be able to channel us out of this problem. What I am calling for is that as Awolowo consulted with across the line. So must we call that very important conference and get all the professionals to sit down and reinvent Africa. How do we solve the problem of brain drain? How can we stop our children from leaving this country? How can we stop our doctors from abandoning us? How can we be able to fix the infrastructure? How can we manage our economy? How can we stop inflation and stop poverty? How can we be able to stop be able to heal the medical sector? We can fix this country. We have the potential to be able to do so. We are lacking of thinkers. Men of ideas, not men of people or men of events. Awolowo was a man of idea. And it worked well in the old northern region. I come from Kogi State, so technically I belong to the north. The impact of Samuel Bello in the northern Nigeria, we still have a lot of good things to say about the impact of the northern region at their own pace, in their own way to develop. But Obafemi Awolowo did wonders in western region. Michael Okpara did a lot in the eastern region. Dennis Osadebe did in the midwestern region. People develop at their own rate. Our people say if we can no longer move steadily forward, at least we should know where we are coming from. Awolowo teaches us that lesson. If we can no longer have role models of how to fix Africa, let's go back to our founding fathers and be able to see how we can correct our errors. Some trace the errors to the amalgamation of 1914. Ngozike Obiani and Matthias Osiani wrote a paper titled The Mistake of 1914. And I quote here, the amalgamation of the northern and southern protectorates of Nigeria in 1914 by the British overlord has remained controversial. Some believe it was contrived by the colonial authority to the advantage of other tribes of this country. Even the founding fathers, and mark my words, even the founding fathers of Nigeria did not get matters in their perception. Sir Ahmadu Bello bemoans the union, the amalgamation, as the mistake of 1914. That was Sir Ahmadu Bello's opinion. He was very honest about it. The mistake of 1914. While Chief Obafemi Awolowo dismissed Nigeria as a mere geographical expression. Wonderful. A mere geographical expression. The national question has remained a major national pastime that successive administrations routinely want to discuss. And for that reason, they've been convoking conferences to resolve this problem. We have not gotten it right. One of the values we need to really undergird is the value of integrity and ethical standards. It is your integrity, it is your philosophy, it is your theology, it is your personal discipline and orientation that can influence the governance you give to the people. I do remember when empires succeeded empires. We had the Egyptian Empire was overtaken by the Assyrian Empire. Assyrian Empire was overtaken by the Babylonian Empire. The Babylonian Empire was succeeded by the Persian Empire, Iran today. The Persian Empire was overtaken by the Greek Empire before we had the Roman Empire. When the Greek Empire was put in place, it was led by Philip of Macedon, who tried to Hellenize the whole world. What he did was to locate Aristotle the Great, the best and the great philosopher. We speak of Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. Aristotle was the first philosopher, the first mathematician, first biologist, first zoologist, the most intelligent man of his own time. Philip of Macedon took his son and handed him over to Aristotle, saying, train this boy for me. He's going to succeed me as a world leader. He trained Alexander the Great. Personal mentorship and personal discipleship. And when Philip of Macedon died, Alexander the Great took over the Hellenistic Empire. Alexander conquered the whole Judeo-Palestinian world, conquered Egypt, conquered India, conquered everywhere. And when there was nowhere else to conquer, he started crying. That boy conquered the world, and he died at the age of 32. Who trained under Obafemi Awolowo? Many people call themselves Awolowo today. They have disappointed us very utterly. They have behaved contrary to the ideas of Obafemi Awolowo. What you don't have, you can't give. He was a man who was built in, who was trained by the vicissitudes of life, who trained himself, and who espoused all the qualities that he imposed on others, and together with his team in the action group at that time, and later the Unity Party of Nigeria, he was able to bring out concrete impact. I can still remember all the 5 cardinal programs of UPN. I can't remember the cardinal programs of any of our political supremacists in Nigeria today. They promise little, we do little, and at the end of the day, we are still wondering. 2023 is approaching. We are are the stars in Ghana? Where are the stars in America? Where are the stars in South Africa? South Africa struggled hard for the liberation, for the freedom of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela tried. Father by His Excellency Thabo Mbeki tried. Other leaders also tried. The president of South Africa is also trying, but the black people are also still struggling. Everybody, we are still trying to discover our African potential in leadership. Everywhere we have that problem. All over Africa, we need to get that back. Now, we need to deal with the issue of ethics. We need to deal with the issue of corruption. I want to refer us to this brief quotation by Professor P.L.O. Lubumba, a very popular commentator on African affairs. He says, in Japan, a corrupt person kills himself when found out. In China, they will kill him when they discover him. In Europe, they will join him. But in Africa, he will present himself for election. And the people will hero worship him. With the stolen money of the people, he bribes his way through and he occupies positions of authority. We have still not gotten it right. How to have good leadership and how to perfect our democratic process in such a way that the best is available, the best are opportune to lead the society. We are not lacking in good people. It's just that the culture of godfatherism, materialism, financial inducement, and the financial harassment and buying one's way through to the top have impeded very good, talented people from coming up for election. Very expensive for them to even run. They don't have the money. And so we must devise a way that is genuinely democratic, which will afford people who have the potential, who have the know-how, and who have the ethical pedigree to be able to offer themselves for service. What are the values that we are taking from Obafemi Awolowo and recommending to African nations for the transformation we desire in Africa? Number one, African identity, cultural values, and grassroots participation. African identity, cultural values, and grassroots participation. Africa needs to free herself from the shackles of colonialism. Even today, Africa is not totally independent. Some African governments are still under colonial influence. Francophone countries still pay colonial tax to France today, years after they declared independence. Britain and France, etc., still influence government leaders, still influence our policies, as much as they still exploit and manipulate the economies of African nations. Obafemi Awolowo was in a group of African leaders who fought against colonization until Nigeria gained independence in 1960. We recall that even the amalgamation of the North and the Southern Protectorates in 1914 by Frederick Buga was a colonial marriage of imposition. And the consequences are still being dealt with today as we strive towards unity and harmony. Now, by African culture, in spite of our wealth, we are still suffering from colonial influence. Nigeria would have been happy if we had an opportunity of an Awolowo becoming president, but then the powers that be and the dynamics of our African vagaries and our tendencies were not going to tolerate that. It was far too intelligent and principled for the liking of the international bodies as well as the internal ethnic leader. We are told that in politics, nations have no permanent friends but permanent interests. It appears as if permanent interests really didn't favor Africa today. We don't have leaders who have the permanent interest of the development of the lot of the people in their heart. It is necessary to sound the note of caution to African countries who unwittingly take foreign loans, thereby mortgaging the future of their young generations. Most loans taken by African leaders are stolen by their leaders, whether governors or their presidents, and they spend them on unproductive projects. Can you imagine the freedom with which they procure foreign loan is worrisome? A governor, with due respect, will go to China and borrow money. 4 years, he leaves the saddle, he transfers the problem to the successive people, and because they say the governance is continuous, we have to be very, very careful. We are mortgaging the future of our children. Some are taking loans that they will not repay in the next 30 or 40 years, and at the end of the day, we run into trouble. We are already making our children to become debtors. And what did they use the money to do? They stole the money. You take a loan from the foreign government at high interest rate, and you are building bridges. You take loans because you want to invest in productive venture. With the hope of making profit and paying back your loan. Everybody that has integrity must be able to pay back loan. We were fortunate during the period of General Olusegun Obasanjo that we had a debt forgiveness. Maybe African leaders are taking it for granted. They walk to Paris, club, they walk to America, and they take loans at high interest rate. They are mortgaging the future of the country. I was in Nairobi a few months ago, and I found that the railway of Nairobi has been taken over by the Chinese. The driver and the conductor are Chinese in Nairobi. The same way we have other African countries who are taking loans. How many loans have been taken by governments in Africa? Do we really need these loans? What did we use these loans for? Coming generations will hold us accountable when it comes to the time of judgment. Awolowo was a good manager of resources. He was a pattern manager of resources, and he was able to deploy this for the advancement of his own people whenever he had the opportunity. He was a grassroots man. His attire was simple, traditional, where he identified with the common people. He was an indigenous politician. He was not far from his own people. I still drove through Accra in front of his house at Okeado in Ibadan. I shook my head. You still have the palm tree, the symbol of the action group still there today. A prime minister didn't stay in the government house. He stayed in his own house. He lived in his own house. When he established the free education, Her Excellency Ambassador Tokunbo Awolowo was a young girl who was due to go to school. Chief Awolowo didn't send her to an elite school. Chief Awolowo registered her along with the children of the poor, those who had no pair of slippers. They were there in the public school. He put his own children in the public school. He was a man of the people. How many will do that today? I was vice chancellor of a university, and I know what it is to have an elite group of people. And I know that the rich people in this country, they are children are in Ivy League institutions abroad. Many of them pay so much money, the stolen money of the ordinary people in this country, and they send their children, they pay thousands of pounds for them to have the best of education. But their children are not here. After it's on strike, they are not patrol because they are not bothered at all. Their children are there. They have the money to go to private institutions. So we have abandoned public schools. I went to public schools. I went to public school, primary, secondary, and I'm glad I did. That is the kind of thing we're talking about. When you now bring about a class gap in the society, you are running a very dangerous game. Because at the point in time, when the gap between the rich and the poor is so wide, according to what Awolowo said, even the rich will no longer be comfortable to live safely and to enjoy their wealth. It's a risky thing for the government not to attend to the needs of the poor. The poor people we abandoned yesterday in governance, they are eating back on society today. They are the bandits today. They are the ones who are making life uncomfortable for us today. See what we see in Nigeria. Generals are not safe to travel on the roads. Emirs are not safe any longer in their palaces. People can no longer travel. The chicken has come home to roost. It is part of generational disconnect and the failure to address the needs of yesteryear. We need people who are futuristic to be able to solve this problem. Now, it's a section here. The second value, apart from those African identity, be proud to be African and identify with the people. The second value for governance and development is ideology. African leaders of the 1950s and 1960s were ideologically inclined. That quality is rare today in their political parties and their manifestos. In Nigeria, Adosu knew Obafemi Awolowo, remember his cardinal programs, and he was, as I said earlier on, able to vacillate between capitalism and socialism. He had a middle position, the best of either. It is different. You see, many of the leaders in Africa, they didn't have an authentic ideology. Some of them, for example, we had Julius Nyerere Ujama, which means the familyhood of socialism in Swahili. We had his home was an amalgamation of the communist socialism with the Christian socialism, and with a mix of Marxism. Then we have humanitarianism and negritude according to Leopold Sedar Senghor. We have humanism according to Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia. We have scientific socialism according to Marian Ngwabi of Congo, Brazzaville. We have Arab Islamic socialism of Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. We have Nkrumahism, which is a distinct ideology of his own, of Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and Mobutuism of Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire. Only a few countries like Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Kenya are still pragmatic enough not to follow the way of outright socialism, but to devise their own ideology. We are still in search of our own ideology. We need to get that one done very, very quickly. Colonialism was come to an end. We are in the third phase of colonialism. The first phase of slavery was when they came out to take us like cattle, took us to across the Atlantic and sold us as slaves. The second round of slavery was when they colonized us here. We are not recovered yet from the effects of colonialism. We can't even speak with our brothers across the land, across the border. Nigerians can't speak with their Togo, with the Republic, because their colonial masters were different. After the 1845 Berlin Conference, they took the map of Africa and just shared us like a piece of cake. Today, we are still running after the tendencies of this colonial authority. The worst form of slavery is not when they took us physically as slaves and dehumanized us. It's not just when they ruled over us as if we have no power to rule over ourselves. It is when now we have used our own hard-earned money to develop ourselves, we train doctors, we train engineers, and now on their own, of their own volition, they run away from the country and they are living. I know very many thousands of doctors who have left this country, and we do not think we have a state of emergency. They are paid peanuts. And those who are political leaders are paid amount of money that are unbelievable. I've been a university lecturer now almost 40 years. I know what a university professor earns, and I can tell you very well, it is not up to 2% of what a legislature in the Federal Assembly earns. In the olden days, under the parliamentary system, it was part-time business. You ran your businesses, you had your own offices, you only reported occasionally, you considered a few legislation and returned to your job. Today is now a full-time thing. The parliamentarians in Nigeria are more than the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. We just need to overhaul the entire system. We are not getting it right. Even now that we are facing economic hardship, with inflation, with poverty, with crime, with joblessness, a number of our leaders are still jumping all over the world, holding parties outside this country, birthday parties by leaders. They are oblivious of those who have been killed, who have been murdered, who have been raped, who have been served in their communities. They are oblivious of the millions in the refugee camps on our own soil. We have a crisis on our hands. We have not been able to manage our crisis. And when we have any emergency, we look towards the West for intervention. No, IMF, World Bank, to have their conditionalities, but these are not the best to be able to supervise our economy. We are come of age. We should, like Awolowo did, ahead of his own time, to be able to solve this problem. Now, the third value, apart from the ideological one, which Awolowo espoused, is the fear of God and the righteous living and prayer. We cannot do without God. In the national anthem, God is there. In the creeds, God is there. Abraham Lincoln, as president of America, says the few things I want to quote, just to underscore the importance of religion in governance. Because man is a complex being. He's constituted of matter, of the soul, of the spirit. It is religion that will speak to your spirit and the soul. Unless you are converted and you are regenerated, if you have a bad attitude, you have a bad temperament, a bad tendency, and a corrupt ideology, you will go to steal, you will go to be careless. It is the making of a man that will impact upon the kind of leadership he is going to produce. When the righteous are in power, the people are going to benefit, they will rejoice. When the wicked are in power, the people are going to mourn. So God is important. That's the reason why when we are swearing in our leaders to office, they have the Bible or the Quran, believing that the vows they make in the name of God will be able to influence their commitment to fulfill what they promise. Here, the following quotation by Abraham Lincoln of America. I quote him, "Sir, my concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right." Are we on God's side? Africa, so many churches left, right, and center, no impact. So many mosques, dotted everywhere. We were in a competition of mosques and churches here and there. Somebody described the religion in Africa as 1 kilometer long, 1 inch deep. How come crime is still increasing, insecurity is increasing, corruption is increasing, sexual promiscuity is increasing, even the hydrated evil of homosexuality, which is being promoted by American leadership and the British leadership shamefully, are coming to Africa today. You go through the cities, you see blue cloths here and there, young girls who want to be in school, who in the days of African values, they cherish their chastity, they cherish their virginity, they cherish their humanity. Today we've thrown all this overboard because of Western influence, the negative part of Western influence. People are promiscuous, they are very promiscuous everywhere, and you see blue cloths, people are. That kind of lifestyle is not what we have. We were used to good family values. Well, Awolowo was a family man. The Bible tells us, if a man wants to occupy a position of leadership, look at his home. If you cannot govern your home, you can't govern society. Awolowo was very faithful to the wife. Awolowo was very loving. Awolowo was a good father. Awolowo was a family man. Wherever he went, he would return to the family to stay. He built a very solid family. I'm close to the family by the grace of God. And I know that is a very good role model. That is the value. If the value is not done, we are going to miss. If you miss it at that level, we are going to miss it. It is the family that will grow potential leader. The school will build upon it. Today, we have schools that build leaders any longer. Ethic College was founded by the United Kingdom to be able to raise presidents and leaders. Harvard has its own policy. In schools have to raise leaders. Do we raise leaders today? That is why training in the university is a combination of intellectual acumen and character, learning and character. The character content is gone. When schools were taken over by government, we lost the godly content. Prayer was no longer encouraged, religious instruction was no longer encouraged, and we lost it. When you drive God out of the classroom, the devil will come and fill the void. That's the reason why today the schools have collapsed, the values have collapsed, the homes are in trouble, divorce is now common, and people are now toying with so many evils that were not compatible with either Christian or Islamic ethos. But here, this man Abraham Lincoln is telling us religion matters. Number two, he says here, and whereas it is the duty of nations as well as of men to own their dependence upon the overruling power of God, and to recognize the sublime truth announced in the Holy Scriptures and proven by all history that those nations only are blessed whose God is the Lord. America is saying in God we trust. He says again, intelligence, patriotism, Christianity, and the firm reliance on God, who has never yet forsaken this favored land, are still competent to adjust in the best way in all our difficulty. In other words, when the country is in difficulty, you turn to God and get the best of the scripture, the good things that can guide you. He says again, nevertheless, amid the greatest difficulties of my administration, when I could not see any other resort, I will place my whole reliance on God, knowing that all will go well and that He will decide for the right. Awolowo was a very committed Christian. He was a very proud member and a communicant of the Anglican Church, with close active relationship also with the Methodist Church Nigeria and the Apostolic Church. His everywhere was home, and he was also very, very open to the Muslim community. He sometimes supported them. I still remember all the effort to be able to allow Muslim pilgrimage outside this country. This Awolowo contributed to initiating that. He was a man across religion and across culture. He was a deep tribalized man. He was a man of the moment. And so that's the third value. The fourth value is integrity, truth, and honesty. Desmond Tutu, the South African iconic Archbishop who passed on very recently, a theologian, he said this, and I quote him, there comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of water. We need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. Why are people falling in to the water? Africa needs to diagnose our problems. It's not enough to say there's trouble here, fire brigade approach, tackle this, we tackle that. No. Desmond Tutu says there comes a time when we should stop pulling people out of the water. We should go upstream to the root and find out why are they falling in. Let all the leaders of Africa, under the auspices of the African Union, be able to brainstorm to say, let us solve the African problem. Let us really be able to find a way. In moving towards the conclusion, number 5, the next value after integrity, truth, and honesty is courage to do that which is right for the good of the people. I quote here, excerpt of Awolowo's My March Through Prison. These were comments during the period of his trial. We need leaders who are courageous today. Leaders who will behave like Nelson Mandela. In spite of years of incarceration under an unjust system, he came out to be able to build a rainbow country. A country where he said he has forgiven, and even Frederick de Klerk, when he was about to pass on, shortly before he passed on, he released a video all saying we have to come together, we have to forgive each other. We need courageous people. People who will be able to bear the sacrifice even when the system unjustly treats them. Listen to this quotation by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. This is contained in his own book. I was satisfied that I had faithfully, dutifully, and honestly kept my charge. As leader of government, business, and tenure, I had served my time and the people of the Western region well. As a political people leader, I have conscientiously and relentlessly done all in my power to advocate and promote the best interests of the peoples of Nigeria. In the circumstances, I deserve nothing but praise and a hallowed place of honor. But instead, I was being pushed around like a worthless chattel by those who had contributed nothing, as indeed I had, to the problems of Nigeria and with all. I was now going to face charges of treasonable felony, etc. How long the trial will last, I had no means of guessing. Whatever is left, it was the outcome that was important. If I was acquitted, it would be glorious. If I were found guilty, I might go to jail for life. During the moments of this internal review, I regarded my oppressors. Listen to this. During the moments of this internal review, this is how I was speaking. This is how I was speaking. I regarded my oppressors, persecutors, and political adversaries as a wicked and ruthless cabal. These were the words of Awolowo. And we are still dealing with this problem now. Baba, you are Banjo, I'm glad you are here. You are one of those people that were there. Now, I look at the names of those people that were there, Awolis, and who are there with him in prison, and who are there with him in the courtroom. This is what he said. He said, during the period of my internal review, when I ruminated over what I suffered in the hands of the powers that be, people who ought to celebrate us, they are now vilifying us. He said, I regarded my oppressors, my persecutors, and my political adversaries as a wicked and ruthless cabal. They control all the governments in the country and hence all political powers. They did not hide their unbending determination to bring about my political destruction and, if possible, my physical extermination as well. The situation was unavailing and dreadful, and the immediate prospect looked utterly gloomy and dark. My adversaries were formidable and merciless. I had caused them too much offense. I had dared to advocate the practice of democracy throughout the country and had carried my campaign into the lion's own den. I had dared to call on all the country's political leaders to introduce measures which will rapidly lead to the liberation of the entire masses of our people from the shackles of ignorance, poverty, and disease. I had also dared to call for the breaking of the North in particular and each of the two other regions into separate regions. Above all, I had also dared to denounce in no uncertain terms feudalism and the ethnic hegemony under which one ethnic group arrogates to itself the right to govern the country in perpetuity and to do what it likes in impunity, regardless of the feelings of the other ethnic groups in the country. My God. I don't know what's talking about Nigeria today, about Africa today. He experienced the cabal, he experienced the feudalism, he experienced the impunity, he experienced all this. And what should I do in the prevailing and impending circumstances? This was the command from my true self, and it came clear and vivid. Having destroyed and banished from my mind that cowardly negative thought intrusion, the only course open to me rushed into my mind with undimmed clarity, relying on the justness of the cause I believe in, which God had over the years inspired me to espouse. I was not in any doubt as to the ultimate triumph of that cause. In the faith that ultimate victory, and in the faith of that ultimate victory, I made up my mind to go forward and fight, and do so every inch of the way with courage, greenness, resolution, relentlessness, and defiance. I must here say a very big thank you to our Father General Yakubu Gowon. I pay my due respect. It was my honor to host Your Excellency when Nigeria University gave you the honorary doctorate degree of law. We are glad. It was my closest moment with you, sir. It was a fulfilled ambition for me. I must thank you very well, sir. The politicians who ought to know better, they put Chief Awolowo in jail. From Calabar, was in Lagos, was in Calabar, was at Lekki. It took Your Excellency as a military governor to identify this guy him. You went and brought him from Calabar, gave him a hero's welcome, gave him a cabinet, and made him vice chairman of the Federal Executive Council. What the democratic dispensation could not appreciate, the military dispensation appreciated. Thank you very much, sir, for freeing him and giving him the opportunity to get his liberty back and for enabling him to be able to do much. We are fortunate we still have General Yakubu Gowon alive, and God will still keep you alive for so many years, sir. You are the father of Nigeria, the father of Africa. Indeed, you are attending an African Union conference when the military coup that was seated you took place. We have still been rigmaroling, wandering in the wilderness. We have still not gotten to the promised land. We commend you, sir. You are a father, and we are beseeching you. You have gone beyond Nigeria. You are a father of Africa. You need to do the best now to call the leaders of Africa together and be able to share thoughts. We must solve the African problem. Enough of ethnic problems, enough of religious extremism, enough of banditry, enough of poverty and underdevelopment. When elders are still alive, we are fortunate to see go back to them. Number 8, the strategic planning and foresight is also another quality of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. My lecture is about 30 pages, so I'll just paraphrase and end. I've mentioned 8 different values, but let me just mention this. Strategic planning and foresight. This was one of the qualities that Chief Obafemi Awolowo espoused during the time of his leadership, and he was able to go ahead of the people to plan very well. He planned for constitutional review. He planned for economic development. He was not just a man who mounted a podium or the rostrum to say, I will do this, I will do that. No, we are tired of that. Broken promises. We want politicians who will think through the policies. Simple things that Nigerian people need, African people need, who will be able to talk to the people and ask them, what do you want? And we'll go further to mobilize them, let them believe in government, and let them be able to participate in solving the African problem. We need leaders who will put the ideas on paper. We want to see the ideas, not just what we want to do, how do you want to do it? With what means do you want to do it? There are no more excuses. If I want to work with you on it, we just go money. Oil was not found at that time. So what is the excuse that people are giving today? They don't have enough resources. The resources are there. The foreigners will come to our resources and take their resources and use them and they take them away. How come we cannot use them for the good of our own people? So Awolowo has been able to bring up very good values that have been very helpful. I recap as I close. African identity, cultural values, and grassroots participation. Ideology, integrity, truth, and honesty. Courage to do the right thing at the right time for the good of the people. The fear of God and the righteous living and a life of dependency upon God. Contentment, humility, and endurance. The rule of law, justice, and fairness. I will make this paper available. And the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation might be gracious enough to send to all the participants through the electronic means. And so I'd like to conclude by saying here that these are the values that we need to be able to develop Africa today. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, in my conclusive statements, I say he was a clear leader in political engineering, in statesmanship, in innovation, in planning, was a philosopher, a God-fearing man, a master craftsman in governance and developmental projects. These are too numerous to be documented. His political thoughts are published, including his thoughts on constitutional reforms, developmental projects, justice and equity, investment, education, and healthcare. He liaised with foreign countries and got them to invest in Nigeria's agriculture and industrialization, especially the Israelis in agriculture and in the health sector. He was a man ahead of his generation. He was indeed Prophet Awolowo. For his prophecies about Nigeria's future are coming to pass today as we struggle to get out of the political and social quagmire of unimaginable proportions today. I quote here what somebody wrote about him. 35 days before the transition of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, he reflected on the affairs of this country and he was able to prophesy about what is going to happen. And he said, let me paraphrase it, that a time will come when the ordinary people will hold their leaders accountable to say, why did you keep us down, preventing us from being educated? Why did you keep us down when you others were moving? Why did you keep us down, worshiping you and he was worshiping you? I think we have reached that stage today where the people are now asking, as the Yorubas are asking, the Igbos are asking, the Yoruba boys are also asking, our leaders who have held power for quite a long time, what is the benefit of the power to the generality of the people? It's not enough to say the North controls power for a while. What of the Northerners? Is there a lot better? What of those on the streets? What of these people that are migrating from everywhere, really brought by trailer, and they are beggars, and they are busy doing the many jobs here, and these are people of potential. Awolowo said, A time will come when feudalism will have to be tamed, where the people are going to call their leaders to account, and then at that point in time, if we are not very careful, we may have a political and socio-economic disquiet in the society. But according to him, he says there, in spite of all this, there's going to be a dark period for Africa. But after that particular dark period, there shall come the dawn of a new, the dawn of a new day. HALLO concludes on a very optimistic note by saying that all the difficulties that we're encountering in Africa, they are not unprecedented. Other nations have passed through their own difficult and troublous times. But we are going to overcome this. He was a man of future, a man who had confidence that good will prevail over evil. The basic challenge of genuine nationhood in Africa is encapsulated in the stanza of our Nigerian national anthem. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. HALLO, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Ahmadu Bello and several others who have led this country and African countries, the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, let's build one Africa, not just Nigeria, bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Good people who can make good use of the nation of Africa's plural religious and ethnic diversity are needed to take charge of the ship of Africa that is afloat, adrift at the moment. We are all in a colossal mess and at risk of capsizing even the boats of Africa. What we need is a good pilot or good pilots. It doesn't matter what religion or the ethnic group the person belongs. A sick man on life support who is in dire need of blood transfusion will not care if the blood is to be donated to him. Belong to a man of a different ethnic or religious group. When we fly in aeroplanes, the religion of the pilot doesn't matter. What matters is his or her expertise. And all our lives are actually in the hands of Almighty God. And the pilots, once we are airborne, good people must join political parties. They must run political parties in a different way, different from what we are experiencing today. We must be able to mobilize the population that are out there. We must be able to mobilize those who are not voting, even though they have the population, especially the youthful population. We must be able to change what we can. We must be able to fight for equity and justice in the land. We must fight against every form of election rigging and vote buying. We must stop our people from compromising their future destiny because of a plate of a porridge. They should not be like Esau who sold his birthright. Politics is not evil. Neither is it dirty naturally. It is the corrupt people who make politics evil. Politics is simply the running of the society by elected representatives entrusted with governance according to the constitution of each country in Africa. And ideally, it is a good venture for good people with good character. People who are positive and progressive in ideas, and who have programs that will benefit society, who have wisdom, tact, and expertise like HALLO. We need them in Africa to take the saddle. Darkness exists because of the absence of light, just as evil dominates because of the abdication of involvement by good people. Moreover, God is the basic authority for any politics and governance in government. God is the King of kings and the Lord of lords. He ran a theocracy before democracy came. And even the system of democracy we have here have a root in the Bible. It's in Isaiah chapter 32. The Lord your God shall be your king. That's the executive government. It shall be your lawgiver. That's the legislature. It shall be your righteous judge. That's the judiciary. So God supervises, he supervises politics. And as I did say, during one of the state house sermons I preached in one of the state government houses, I said, look, let's be very careful. Those who are in leadership should understand that power belongs to God. God can take the life of any leader at any time. They are not omnipotent, they are not omniscient. There was once a Pharaoh who overreached himself, he perished at the Red Sea. There was once a Nebuchadnezzar who was so proud and arrogant with his power, God gave him the mind of an animal until he came to his senses and said, now I know that the Almighty God reigns in the affairs of men. He enthrones people, he dethrones people, he does whatever he likes among the armies of heaven, and nobody can question him. So our leaders must understand that human beings at the end of the day, and when they leave office, they're going to come back to meet the ordinary people. Let them operate in such a manner that they do things that will endear them to the people. If HALLO was still alive today, he will walk the streets without security men, and people will still have their thumbs up and whoa. How many of our political leaders can walk the street free? They will stop them. Many of them have lost their integrity Many of them have stolen. What can they do with this money? They've stolen so much. How much does a man need? Chief Awolowo wrote when he was in prison, he said, I was premier. I lived a life of relative comfort as a premier, as the government determined, but I remained myself. But he's now said, now when I find myself in prison, it suddenly dawned on me that man's needs are very little. Food for your stomach, clothing for your body, and just a place to lay your head. Every other affluence is of no consequence. We're going to live on this where we die. Nothing is going to be great with us. All the money people are stealing, who's going to benefit? Unfortunately, those who think that the children are going to use that money, the prayers of the people who have been disenfranchised will not allow the children to enjoy them. So people should be very very contented like this man. He lived a simple lifestyle, and that is what we're encouraging all our people to do. There is an urgent need. This is a concluding paragraph now. There is an urgent need for mass reorientation of the citizenry of African nations to re-educate the present and coming generations that we once had heroes in all nations of Africa and nation them. Let's go back and read their story. Let our televisions, let our internet begin to show all the stories and the life history and the documentaries of these great leaders of Africa. They should stop showing us pornography. They should stop showing us war and fighting here and there, all this Western thing. Let us look at their philosophy. Let's take time to study. Bring their books and bring their ideas. Where are Nkrumah's books? Where are Nyerere's books? Kenneth Kanda's books? Where are the other books? Where are the literary giants? Acheres, the Wole Soyinkas, and Beatty, all of them. This was how we were trained. When we went to school, we read the literature of people across Africa. You read Ayikwe Ama of Ghana. You read James Mpugi of Kenya. You were in Nigeria. You read this whole part of Nigeria. We were raised to be African conscious. That was how we developed our relevance in governance. We have to grow leaders, and we must be able to do so by ensuring that the legacies of Chief Obafemi Awolowo continues to suffice. Awolowo is in the class of heroes like Winston Churchill, Mahatma Gandhi, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela. Men who change the course of their people and societies by their good sense, their caring hearts, their sacrificial lives, charismatic leadership, intellectual and philosophical acumen, academic erudition, professional excellence, and documented pragmatic achievements. The books and publications containing Awolowo's political ideologies and leadership styles should be recommended text for schools and universities. That way, a generation might be raised who, though not having been fortunate to meet Obafemi Awolowo during his lifetime, might, through his ideas, become genuine Awists who run with his ideas to positively impact and develop their respective African countries. Your Excellencies, our royal fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention. These are the values I recommend for Africa's development today. May God bless you all. Amen.
Wow. Let's give a very rousing clap for our speaker today. I think we've all been fed with a very rich menu of intellectual ideas, passion. We thank you very much, our speaker, for leading us through this heavy menu of ideas today. Thank you so much. I know time is well spent. We are now going into question and answers, period. Before then, I would like to recognize a few people, and I will just go through very quickly. We have with us from the beginning Ogbeni Ralph Aregbesola, Minister of Internal Affairs, former Governor of Osun State, Professor Kari Ediro, former VC of UI, Professor Toyin Falola is here with us, Professor Akin Oshibogun is here, Chief Mrs. Tolu Ighodalo, Iba Gani Adams, Ariana Kakamfo is here, Mama Christy Ade Ajayi is here with us, Chief Tola Adeni is here, Otunba Olawode is here. I have a few more names. Let me just quickly run through them. We thank all of you for coming. Professor A.D. Aino, Professor Duroni, Professor Aribadu, Professor Bafemi Ajibola, Professor Silas Egbomo, Professor William Ewarieme, Professor Owo, Professor Ladapo, Afalabi, former head of service. So many intellectual leaders. Senator Adigbe Ngakaka is here. Sir Olutayo Ogunsoya, Sonny Iruchi, Chief Supreme Shonibare, Tony Mario, Professor Wale Adebamu is here. And then we also have with us, just one moment, I'm trying to jot down the names. Okay, I think that was the list that I have. If there are any more names, I will come back to them. Thank you very much. What we have done, because of the problems we had with these hackers, is for us to send questions to an email address that you already have. So far, we have close to, let me see, about 19 questions for our speaker. I'll try to summarize them. But I'm going to, first of all, call on Professor Bolaji Akinyemi to make his intervention. Then I'll quickly go through the other speakers. Please, you try to keep the intervention very short so that we can have as many interventions as possible. Prof, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. All protocols duly observed. And I mean, I thank my Lord Bishop. I'm one of your parishioners from Elisha Diocese, and I should be there at your enthronement. One point I want to make, okay, because people ask this question all the time. Where did we get it wrong? That at independence, we had leaders who did not catch on to the need to build up Africa. They are always asking this question. And the answer, my Lord, lies not in the ignorance or the wickedness of our leaders, but in the invidious plan by the departing colonial authorities to ensure that we did not get the type of leaders that we needed and who were available. They either killed them, assassinated them, poisoned them, or if some leaders now managed to escape their attention, they started to overthrow them. The first military coup we had in Africa south of the Sahara was in next door Togo. Sylvanus Olympio. What was his offense? At independence, France asked that all their colonial territories should adopt one currency called the CFR, which they still have till today, but whose value will be hooked onto the French franc and will be determined in Paris. Sylvanus Olympio, after he then became president, said, wait a minute, why can't I have a currency for Togo? That was his offense. They organized a coup against him by Eyadema, who was a sergeant who fought with the French in the Second World War. He was shot. I mean, Sylvanus Olympio was shot as he sought to climb the wall of the embassy of Germany. He fell down, and the government took over. I mean, Yadema took over. And this was a pattern which they have, cut across their territories. There's a woman in Washington now, who has been going around speaking at the top of her voice that there was a colonial pact that France forced its territories to sign, and which is that 75% of all their foreign reserves will be kept in Paris. If they want to use their own foreign reserves, they can borrow from it, but at commercial rates. In the meantime, France has been using those funds to build herself up. One further illustration, sir, before I keep quiet. French army had been in Mali for 9 years, supposedly fighting the terrorists. 9 years, and yet the terrorists are still there. Why is the French army there? France does not have any gold mine, but it has the largest gold reserves in a central bank in Paris. Mali has one of the largest gold mines in the world, and yet it doesn't have any gold reserves. Now, you put 2 and 2 together and find out why the French army was not there. If they get a leader who was not going to do their bidding, they assassinate him, they organize coups against him, they organized coup against Nkrumah, they assassinated Lumumba, they assassinated the French nationalist leader in Cameroon. So that the leaders whom we then ended up with haven't seen what has happened to the real nationalists, have been playing the game of the colonial authorities. Read the book called Economic Hitmen by John Perkins. It still goes on till today. They get rid of leaders who are not doing their bidding. That is how we've ended up where we are. I thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Prof. He's our icon in foreign affairs, and he has given the perspective. I would like to call up Professor Oyewale Tomori. I watched him cry on television when he also gave an intervention and mentioned, I still remember in my head those 4 points that he gave on that day: lack of patriotism, self-interest. He mentioned corruption, and he mentioned lack of shame that we have. All of these have come up in today's lecture. Professor Tomori, please, in 3 minutes, can you please make your intervention, please? You are muted, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for this. I thank the bishop for his speech. And like Professor Akinyemi, I'm also looking forward to having you in Elisha when we enthrone you. I'm looking forward very much to that. I've listened to him once or twice, and I was really very delighted that he came out the way he came out today. 2 things I wanted to say. I listened to Professor Akinyemi, but one thing that bothers me, who do those foreigners use? It's us. They were not going to bring the shooter from France. They're going to use an African, a Nigerian, Mobutu against Lumumba, Yadama against the same. It's still the same us they're using. So what are we going to do about that? That will probably call the question. Why after 30 years after Awolowo's time, we still don't have the kind of leadership? And the question that was raised, at what point did we have that problem?
There we go.
When did the change come? There are people in this country who care about this country, who want to die for this. Well, I don't want to die for the current country, but who will die for a good country. But you know, where did we have that change, and what are we going to do about it?
Wow.
I mean, it's going to become
Somebody
on the
does not
individual,
even
but
want
on
to
the
die
individual
for
it has to be all
Nigeria.
over.
There
It's
we
not
are.
just one person
Okay, let's
coming
go.
in and
Carry
saying
on.
we do it. I'm glad that I'm where I am today. I keep saying it.
Yes,
I
I'm not
mean,
ready to die for that
I have
country
no other
either.
country. I owe this country more than I can ever pay back, and that's because of Obafemi Awolowo. Coming up from my family, I say my father was multigamous. He wasn't polygamous. We have 13, 14, 15 wives. We're nearing about 39 years. Well, I wasn't meant to go to school, but that introduction of free and compulsory education made me what I am today. And so that's the reason why I've stayed on. I thank you very much for this intervention.
Myself too.
And I hope that this foundation will continue to touch more lives.
So
much people,
there are too many Awoists out there, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
This is a great country, and we need to make it a greater still. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for keeping to the time. Thank you so much. Let me call those who have raised their hand by the icon. Otumba Olabode, 3 minutes, please. Otumba Olabode.
Please go ahead. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm calling from London. I must quickly say I grew up in Awolowo family, and I know about Obafemi Awolowo very, very well. Let me use this opportunity to ask all the collections of brains that Africa ever have, and that it is high time that we need to go to basics. Please, I know that most of the civilized climes that have more dropouts, they are very successful. So what is our argument? Can we please make an agreement to go back to basics and restructure ourselves to create a spiritually developed environment so Africa can at least stand up and say, yes, we have the brains, we have what it takes. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Otumba. Otumba Giwa Deji. Oshibagu, right? You are muted.
Thank you very much, and wonderful lecture. My own intervention is coming from on the heels of us going extinct, and the ideologies and principles of great leaders like Awolowo, Nkrumah is forgotten. If I, as a child of 60 years, I was a waiter serving during action group parties. And all that I heard as a 6-year-old still rings in my memory. My prayer today is that 30 years after, there should be a leadership school named after Awolowo, where we can begin to groom successive leadership in Africa. What we have wrong with us is that there is no pool of leadership where we can train people and say, yes, when people say I'm an Awoist or we're practicing Awoism, it must go to the extent of us being able to replicate what Awolowo did from the 50s into the 60s. Now, how many children of nowadays know anything that happened between the 50s and the 60s? Our sense of history, we must not lose it. Our values, we must not lose it. The legacy of Obafemi Awolowo, we must not lose it. So my own clarion call to the Awolowo Foundation, 30 years after, we've done very well, congratulations, but we need a school of leadership, a school of leadership where we can, some of us can go and lecture, and we can begin to groom people who can now begin to do what Awolowo did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, DG Oshibagu. Professor Owo, 3 minutes.
All protocols observed. Mine is just to appreciate the foundation and to confirm that I'm also a beneficiary of the free education of the SAGE, immediately after the war in Lagos. But my worry is the issue of corruption is central to the ideals of the SAGE, and that had been clearly brought out by the guest speaker. And also the issue that government must do business. Today, we say government is not there for business. Is government there for waste, inefficiency, and corruption, which I think is the bane of today's Africa. So from Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, all across Kenya, you see corruption being the major issue. When will Africa say no to corruption so that they can grow their own economic power and become less dependent on the foreign powers that determine their fate? I think I will stop with that question. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Akin Awofolaju. You are muted.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Someone often said that legacy is planting a tree in a garden without you being able to sit on it, but for order to have a seat. Baba has done that. And it might be fair to say after 30 years that today it's very, very difficult to see somebody to replace Baba's legacy. The heart of African exceptionalism is something that we haven't seen for a long time. And for us to be able to see that, now the history has to be brought back to the classroom. Today, not just only in Nigeria, our history has been forgotten. How do we approach the idea that the history, the good deed of our past leaders are bringing to present glory? Because if not, what we are talking today, if you got to run across somebody of 35 years old or even 45 years old, they don't know anything about what Baba has done. So without bringing the history back to the classroom, it's going to be difficult to replicate what Baba has done during his time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much. Paramount King of Iwo. Please make your intervention in 3 months, sir. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, and I will stand on the existing protocol because of time. Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear, we can hear you.
Okay, my submission, this is a great moment, and I thank the convener for staying on course and being consistent. 30 years, we're celebrating a great sage. Yeah, he has made history. And what I want to add is that are we here and Africans, are we thinking, or are we even talking about writing our own new history, or we are going to follow? If we are going to follow, because what our great legend has done, which I myself I'm a beneficiary. I benefit from that. What he has done has been great, but I think we as children should be greater. And where are we Africans who are greater today than Awolowo, than the likes of Oduduwa, than the likes of Usman Danfodio, than the likes of Azikiwe, than the likes of we have leaders before, but I think we are slipping. And it's because nobody is ready to serve, to be a servant. People are greedy. We are now greedy that we want houses. We are not thinking about names. Another thing is that our language, there must be a curriculum to add value to the African language. The African language is sitting down. We're speaking the same, like me, the Yoruba language. We're speaking the same Yoruba that our forefathers gave us. We have never added anything to it. Today, we graduate professors. They need to help us here. They are graduating people in Yoruba studies, Yoruba language, and we cannot count from 1 to 1 million. We cannot count from 1 to 1 billion. There is no 1 billion in Yoruba language. We cannot use Yoruba to do physics, chemistry, and all. Which other nations, Germans, Chinese, all of them, they can use their language to do any course or subject in the school. We are not having, there's no name for plots, acres, or hectares of land. There's no measurement. And we can just find a way to adopt any name for anything that we don't know to add value to the language. This can make us to grow and develop more. Another thing is that we have gold in Nigeria, we have gold in Mali, but look at us. We have never seen any African country that they will say this is Nigerian gold. And all what the white man is doing is just to design, and they call it Italian gold. When Italy has no gold, we have gold in Osun. There is no Osun gold that people can buy and put in their hand, and you can be proud of yourself that this is Osun gold. But everybody wants to buy Italian gold, and Italy has no gold. Another one is that because me, I don't like to beat about the dead horse, which is our history. The history is there. We need to move on with our own history. We need to write our own new history individually, so that we can be great leaders like our Baba Obafemi Awolowo. May God bless him. He has been great. But for his dream, and this program, I wanted to continue. Please, Ambassador Tokunbo Dosunmu, please make sure that this go ahead. I will even support this program. Let it go ahead so that we can build great Africans from this discussion. And let me tell you, another thing is that laws. Our laws are so flawed. We need you to get in touch with even professors, everybody. We should go into politics. Don't leave politics to people who don't know anything about politics. If you know you can do right and you can serve this nation. I left Canada to come and serve my people, and I don't take nothing. I have never stole or take 1 naira, 1 dime from my people. I have never sold 1 plot of land. I am challenging status quo, and I want to be a leader to serve my people. And I do serve my people. I can have problem with elites. I can have problem with some people, but it's because I'm trying to change. And when you want to change, that is what is called reform, and you can be a leader. Everybody wants to be a leader, but nobody wants to serve. We cannot be like that. There must be radical reforms in Africa, radical reforms. Anybody that wants to do these reforms, because we have people killing let me tell you, wealth is not money. Wealth are the people. Oro, into Yoruba, oro, only
Yes, you have like 20 seconds more, please.
Okay, 20 seconds more. I will submit all my orders something to the what we call for other time, and I wish you the best. The lecturer was really good. There are many other, General Gowon is here, the Sultan of Sokoto, former president of Ghana, many other governors are here. I really thank you all, and many other professors and everybody here. The Obas, Oba Karigo is there too. I thank you. And everybody, please, God bless you all and have a wonderful one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Olusegun Babalola, please. 3 minutes. Is he still there?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, now, what I want to say is, what is the relation to how
You're cracking. Can you please send your message to the email address? Yes, please. I don't hear you.
And that is it. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I can't use my video.
Reverend Ladi Peter. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay, please, because of time, let me just stand on the existing protocol thanking the foundation for this. The bishop's delivery was excellent. But let me build up on what Professor Bolaji Kemi said. Let me just push the envelope a bit on that. Hegel, the German philosopher, in his book on the philosophy of history, made a claim that there's no historicity in Africa. And when you look at what Papa Obafemi Awolowo said on the 28th of June, 1961, he spoke about how that from the beginning of recorded history, the black man has been the conspicuous butt of all manner of inhuman treatments, both in the palaces of the Arabian potentates, in the Middle East, in North Africa, as well as in Europe. Now, between 1961, you can see, if you put Papa Awolowo's thought progression into artificial intelligence platforms, you will see that there's a progression in his thinking, because by 1968, he made a comment. He said, the welfare and the happiness of the peoples of Nigeria are indivisible. Remember that in that same year, he also made a comment about the 1958, the foreboding he had in 1958, after attending the conference in London, that something untoward was about to happen. What I'm trying to point out is that it did take Papa Awolowo some time to decode it, but he found out later on that a negative engineering had been put into the foundation of Nigeria, just like practically all African countries. In fact, the disparate way that the nation was coupled together, it was designed to fail. And Papa Awolowo said something. He said, it is incontestable that the British not only made Nigeria, but gave it to us whole on their surrender of power. But the Nigeria that they gave to us, how they need the forces of its own disintegration. What am I saying? Without beating around the bush, I think his final comment is where we should be today, in 1952, 16th of July, when they said it is our duty to aim at the erection of a new edifice, much nobler in conception, more artistic in design, and more imposing in structure and extent than any that we have ever erected or contemplated. In a nutshell, what I'm saying is that Professor Akinyemi was right. The advantage they have over us is the ability to write programs. The African mind still doesn't understand that a nation is built on a program. And that's why the whole of Africa is in a problem. Our national programs were written for us. So based on architecture of thought that Obafemi Awolowo has laid for us, I believe, building on it, we can rewrite the programs. And then we'll find out that actually nobody in Nigeria is bad, nobody in Africa is bad. It's just that we don't understand programming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Colonel Udutola, please note that we are taking notes of all that is being said. And if you also want to add to expatiate on what you said, you can send that to that email address. All of these are going to be properly documented. Colonel Udutola, please.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity. And I would also like to stand on all existing protocols, but I would like to just extend what Otumba Adejo Shibogun, the man who gave us accommodation in Nest many years ago. I would like to extend what he said about leadership and give this proposal to the governors and to those who are able to do it. We already have head boys and prefects in schools that are mostly selected than elected. And as one of the prefects at Baptist Academy in those days, I look back and I wonder, what would it have been if we had mentors? What would it have been if we had weekend leadership schools? What would it have been like to our psychic and to our person if there were people who took care and coordinated? Can you imagine an Awolowo Foundation
just starting a pilot program of prefects in Ibadan alone, these school prefects, and weekend, and they teach them, they guide them about what leadership means in a way that it will transfer to their schools, and then we can start competition amongst these already selected leaders that will mean which is the best school. They would have a criteria. There will be a parliament of head boys and prefects at the weekends in a way that we can also help them to balance service with education. Because you just give it a thought, those of you who are head boys or those of you who are prefects, how you had to find your way yourself and just wobble and do things without guardians. So this is the only thing, and I wish that Otumba Dejo Shibogun and people of like minds like him will take up. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Colin, for keeping to time. So I also urge all speakers to keep their eyes on the timekeeping. So you, on the third round, you try to wind up. Professor Adenike, please.
Oh, thank you very much. At first, I did not want to speak, but when I saw that there was no other female speaking apart from my dear sister, who gave a very wonderful introduction to this event, I thought I should say a word because of what our father, Chief Awolowo, did for women. I don't think that people realize that by declaring universal education, it meant that there was no longer discrimination of education between boys and girls. As a matter of fact, my father was only was born on the 10th of March, and I think there was a year's difference between him and Chief Awolowo. So they were the same generation, and it was that influence that pervaded the choice being made by his generation to send both to send children of both gender to school. I am a testament of that, and so many other women who today are prominent in our society. So I just want to say that please do not forget that women are very important in the discussion, in discourse, in governance. And, you know, we do need men to help us to emphasize this. You can see that we need you because look at what has happened recently at the legislature. They refused to pass the bill to make women more, to put women more in governance. So really, until we can recognize the role of women in society, in governance, I'm afraid we may not achieve the lofty goals that are being set up by our men and women. I would like to stop here because of time, but please, please, always remember that all of you, all of us, we are born of women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. 100% support for your comment. 100%. Thank you. Bayo Omolola. You are muted.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Dapo Asaju, for reminding us about the great roles of Chief Obafemi Awolowo and for telling us what Africa can do to develop. I'm much concerned about African identity. And I want to borrow from the Mandinka people of Senegambia area. I want to borrow it from them. It says, no matter how long the root of a tree may stay inside water, it can never turn itself to a crocodile. No matter how long we live with colonial ideas, thinking that everything is going to be perfect, we can never be like those who came with the intention of exploiting us. I'm not saying they didn't bring any values to our society. Of course, they brought education, the Western education. They brought ideas of science and all these things that are Western in nature. And all these things contribute to the development of any continent in the world today. Here we have our own languages. Of course, Professor, the professor, our presenter, our guest speaker here said that we have 250 languages or over in Nigeria. That is true, and that used to be true. With the new research, we have 500 languages, over 500 languages in Nigeria alone, and in Africa, over 200 languages. But when we are using foreign languages to impart knowledge in on our continent, how far have we made progress in science, in technology? To what extent do people understand politics, economics, all the foreign, all the disciplines that are being taught to them? I think we need to look into the idea of what we can do to promote our own languages. For example, in the Yoruba area, where Chief Obafemi Awolowo comes from, you will be surprised that when you look at the websites of the governments of different states, what you find is written mostly in English. Hardly would you see Yoruba. I think Lagos is looking into that. What can we do? The idea of identity, the idea of developing the ethics according to the culture of the people in Africa, all this cannot take place if we ignore the role of language in imparting education. When people understand their language, use their language, teach their language to their children, and then the language is being used in school to impart knowledge about different subjects or disciplines, we stand a better way, a better chance of, making improvement. I think we need to look into this. Those in power, they like to talk about identity, but most of them, when they are there, it is just like a, white elephant project. I think our foundation should look into this, and all the key role players that are here today, those who are ex-power holders and those that are aspiring to be power holders in the future, they should think about developing the identity, tapping into it through the languages of Africa. The languages are over 2,000. So we have to think of how we can make this possible in different countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bayo Omolola. There is someone on iPhone, but I cannot see the name. Please, I don't know how to identify you. Let me go to Professor Delmi, while we try to identify this person. Professor Delmi, please, 3 minutes, please. Professor Delmi Samuel.
Thank you, sir. My best regard to my leader, Professor Asaju, the speaker for today. I served under him as my union leader when he was chairman. So we are not surprised about his erudition and his presentation and his passion. Professor Akinyemi gave us an idea of the point where we started missing it, where we started losing our values and the reason. Professor Oshibogun gave us one of the ways out of the woods. How do we get out of this wilderness? Because since we have missed our way, how do we get out of it? And I seriously think that is a key point for this meeting today, that issue of leadership training is important. Now, but I put a question on the platform, which is to the speaker. Where do we start from this getting back reorientation for our values? I agree with Professor Oshibogun, but there are many other channels that I want the speaker to say, okay, this looks more promising, or in the sequence of things, these are the ones that we can look at. The old that have tested some element of these values, the young that are coming up to it, and many are really been misled because they now have to borrow from the wrong values that were already on the trajectory. Is it the church that we also catalyze this, and how? The mosque, the palaces. So I want the speaker to mention where is the promising lever, but I take it that we have all noted Professor Oshibogun's suggestion that the training they cut across all these layers, the old, the young, the church, the mosque, the palaces, and all that. So thank you very much. It's a wonderful experience.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take 3 more questions. We have Buki Enuha. Buki Enuha. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening, sir.
Yes, loud and clear, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, all protocols observed. My name is Buki Enuha and I'm calling from South Africa. Just to mention that I'm a product of free education by late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and a big thank you to the foundation for keeping its legacy. I would just like to build on what one of the speakers said concerning School of Leadership. Looking at the decay in our political system, I am of the opinion that this school should be a priority to the Yoruba nation. The school could serve as a kind of prerequisite for any Yoruba person contesting for political office, rather than us just bringing every Dick and Harry to come and lead us. And secondly, I would like to recognize my former president, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, a man of excellence, just like Pa Obafemi Awolowo. I have a plea for His Excellency, and that plea is for him to do more in advocating for barrier-free movement for Africans within the African continent. As a tourism specialist, I'll be happy to serve at the request of His Excellency at African Union in advocating for visa-free movement for Africans in Africa, because this is still part of late Chief Obafemi Awolowo's legacy. His legacy has transcended beyond Nigeria. So it is important for His Excellency and every other excellency to please look at the possibility of us having visa-free barrier within Africa, and that way we'll be able to engage more on the African continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think I've said Sonny Ruchi's name for quite a while. Sorry. After that, we have Dr. Kalu Dikakalu. Sonny Ruchi, please.
Thank you very much. All protocols hereby observed. The last speaker, Buki Enuha, is my colleague. He runs my company in South Africa, Terrorism. Buki, how are you?
Very well, doing well, sir. Good evening.
Chief Obafemi Awolowo is bigger and larger than just the Yoruba nation. He started well and we must move our discussion beyond just Yoruba nation. I am from Umuahia, from Igbo land. My father came to Lagos in 1943. My wife is from Igbora, Abeokuta. My first language is Yoruba. But whilst this was going on, I've written an article which I'm going to share on the email of Awolowo Foundation. In 1994, barely 2 years after the foundation was founded, I was invited by our sister, Ambassador Dr. Awolowo, to analyze the budget with other like-minded patriots. During President Mbeki's time as President of South Africa, and named me the Honorary Ambassador of Tourism of South Africa in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir, with your dear wife, Auntie Zanele. We have all spoken. The keynote speaker delved a lot into that book. And Bible, I don't remember the passage, it says, a strong man will not be in his house, and a thief breaks in and seizes him and takes his things. Africa, enough of this blame game on the Western world. It is for us to get together. If the Southwest stands alone and talks about the issues of Southwest, your patch is not big enough. If the Southeast sits down and talks about poverty and insecurity in the Southeast, our patch is not enough. Same with the North. Same with Sierra Leone, where my mother comes from. Same with South Africa. Same with Ghana. Same with every other African country. If we sit down individually, we will be defeated. But if we come together, those moles who these Western countries use to topple our governments, to try to hold us down, if we identify them, we deal with them and come together and deal with our issues. Language is not in the forefront right now. Because like the Oba spoke, he said you don't even have measurements in Yoruba language. You don't even have a billion or a trillion in Yoruba. Igbo, Hausa has a way of really Hausanizing a lot of languages. I give it to them, you know. But the rest of us, Africa, if it's one language we're going to adopt, if it is Swahili, whatever it is, we can adopt that, but that's not the front burner. The front burner is to get leadership right. The people who are standing on the legacy of Awolowo, wearing Awo's cap, wearing his glasses, wearing his outfit, without the depth and the substance of Awolowo, are those who are leading us, whereas those who ought to lead are in the boys' quarters, whereas those who ought to be in the boys' quarters are in the master bedroom. That is the issue with Nigeria and other African countries, because those who ought to lead from the front are not given the opportunity. No matter how you struggle, no matter how you fight, you have the ideas, you have the experience, you have the wherewithal, you have evidence to show what you have done. Yet the people will reject you because of poverty, because they are induced and enticed with monetary and other values. Look at the party in Lagos. People were sharing petrol in a party. It shows where we have lost it. So to summarize, I call on our foundation to go beyond just the foundation. And like most speakers have said, get a leadership academy. We shall all contribute. Right now, I'm a senior academic fellow at the African Studies Center. Yoruba is being taught. We also raise the Awolowo Foundation to attracted Jacob Gawan, we've attracted Ayala of Ghana. We can attract too many people that will come and lead Africa. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Sonny Iruche. Dr. Edika Kalu, are you online? Dr. Edika Kalu? Okay, while we wait for him, let me call on Boniface Chizia. He's also been online for quite a while. Boniface, please.
Not being able to, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think mine is that I thought I should say one or two things about my friend, Dr. Mrs. Tukumbo Dosunu. Incidentally, some of us were with her in the foundation times of this, the startup times of this foundation. I think that it's good for us to put it on record that the success which the foundation has recorded today is to a large extent due to the passion she's put into it. I'm sure that if some other person was handling this foundation, the story could have been a bit different. So I thought I should put that on record. We've been with her since the foundation, and we still remain friends today. So I thought I should say this. Now, I've heard a lot, people have said a lot about leadership training, but I thought that we should also be talking about leadership selection. I think leadership selection, particularly in our environments, is very important. Election 2023 is around the corner. And what's happening, if we pay the keen attention, you can see that selection process is nothing but a democratic. And so if you don't, even if you train people and you don't give them the opportunity to come and offer service, then what chance do you have? So I have to say this. The other point also that is important to put out here is that the impunity in governance is too much. It's too much. The corruption is too much. Now people just go in and steal the treasury dry. And there's no consequences, there's nobody's called to account and so on. And it's obvious to us, all of us, that you see the acquisition somebody has. It's clear to you that that wasn't acquired legitimately. And nobody asks any question. I think that until and unless we do something about corruption in our environment, the leakage is too much to affect growth. Now, when we talk of the specific case of Nigeria, I'm not talking about restructuring, but we should pay attention. I say what's happening is that those who have an advantage today and they seem to be enjoying it, they don't want to, nobody wants to lose an advantage. But what you have today, if you have, like we've been saying, you have to go back to the constitution we had at independence. It's important because then you need to bring back competition. We don't have competition in the system. What has been happening is that the system has been like the gravy train. Everybody goes, once you occupy the center, then you just share resources as you want, and you share and you move. And nobody is trying to make the thing competitive as we had before. And we share the cake is shrinking, and we are sharing it. So I thought I should just put out this contribution and for the records. Once I thank Dr. Mrs.
Thank you
for her efforts.
Thank you so much, Boniface. He has spoken like an economist that he is. We have a big challenge because we need to bring this proceeding and at some point. It's already past 10 o'clock, I think. I want to encourage all of us we have 19 questions. It was supposed to be answered by the speaker. But I think what we need to do, I've tried to look over them, and many of them actually echo what we have been discussing. So let me just take a gamble and ask that we all speak no more than 2 minutes. The 4 hands that I see here, please just speak for 1 or 2 minutes, and then let's close the proceeding, and I'll read out a few of these questions, and then we can close the proceeding. Sheyi Adetola, please, 2 minutes. Sheyi Adetola? Oh, is there an old hand? I see your hand up. Okay, Charles Odion, please. Charles Odion?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Banji, great effect.
Thank you.
I think my takeaway basically is going into the future is saying, what can we learn from this man? What I seem to see from this man is that he knew the season. You can't be harvesting when you're supposed to be planting. And you can't go out in the rain when you have an umbrella. For me, I think all of Africa did not seem to understand the seasons of transformation. In my view, if I use my engineering background for dimensional analysis, The beginning was awareness, which was independence. After that, we needed to educate our people, but it was lopsided because we educated our people and ignored the guilds. We can't build our houses, we can't build our roads, we can't do anything on our own. And then the flanks were open, which is why they took out Mumba and every other place that came in, because our flanks were open. The last stage we are in now, which we haven't even started at all, is creating opportunities. Because without the imagination to create opportunities, you can't deal with your youth bulge. You can't deal with most of the people that you have. The waste of food that you have is going to be enormous. When I spoke at the HIG lecture at the 100, I said so, and I will say it again today. Let's use our and his skills as tools of analysis for building a future. And I think Igwe made that also. Let's not just dwell on our past. How can we go into the future? We don't understand the seasons we're in. And only those who have the capacity to do the construction analysis and determine the seasons we're in, we're going to have a very high level of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I see a lady, Josephine Shoboyejo. I think we need to be sensitive to.
Thank you. I'm Josephine, and I'm speaking from United States of America. I want to show gratitude to Right Reverend Professor Dakwashaju for a very thought-provoking, well-researched paper that he has delivered. Honestly, some of us like me, even though I spent 45 years in politics before I left, I'm a member of the AWO Associates. I've represented UPN at the Federal House of Representatives in the Second Republic. But I've lost value in Nigeria, honestly. And I just want to bring out and highlight a particular thing that Professor Shaju said in his paper, and that is rule of law. Africans, Nigeria especially, we don't know anything about rule of law. And any society that lacks rule of law, then we can never develop. Because rule of law speaks of justice, speaks of integrity, speaks of things like that. And when you leave that behind to do any other thing, you're talking about corruption, you are talking about all these things. When people are corrupt and when celebrated in the thing, they are the one who will get chieftaincy titles, they are the one you will elect for elections. Votes of people do not count anymore. So what else do you want? People have lost interest. Nigerian system, African system is so selfish that is like government for me, my family, and every other person. Nobody cares anymore. We are talking about values. I know Baba very well. Baba Wolowo is like my own father. As a member of the UPN, I was in a meeting with Papa, and I remember a particular thing, a lesson I used to teach other people that I will never forget when it comes to Papa Wolowo. I remember when we were elected there in the Second Republic, the 1004 was not ready. So they put us in hotels. I was put in Ikoyi Hotel. That very first night that I checked in, I've not even slept. I just ordered for room service. It's not the time of cell phone. The phone in the room just rang. And then I picked it up. They said, yes, please, are you so? Papa, Shiva Bafema would like to speak to you. I was even sure Papa knew I was there. Papa said, I was asking for my representative where they are. Don't you have any house in Lagos or somewhere to stay? I said, I do that. Then that he doesn't want anybody under UPN to waste any government's money by staying in that hotel. I should go back to my house until the 1004 is ready. Honestly, that day I didn't sleep there. I left that place and it's Baba new feature. When this same Buhari took over from us, I was lucky because I never went back. I was using 1004 as an office. I stayed in my own house. The co of Buhari met me in my house. Come and see how people were dealt with in that place by the military when they took over. And I keep on thanking Baba for enlightening me. I'm not that young. I was young then. Oh, I thought, let me enjoy. Let me eat food. This is like, but Papa is not like that. How many politicians can ever be like Papa? Frugal, incorruptible, somebody who really, really wants to serve. But no, what do we want? We want to have national cake. We call it national cake. So honestly, I think the rule of law, integrity, Professor Shadu mentioned it all. We should go back. We could not be blaming the Western economy or whatever anymore. You can't you can't continue to blame those people who did the wrong amalgamation. Why can't we deliver ourselves from that bondage? Why can't we? Anyway, I want to thank Her Excellency, Dr. Tukumbo Awolowo, my own very sister. Honestly, I appreciate what you are doing for our foundation. It's a pity. If I had been in Nigeria, I will really, really want to be really part of what you are doing to help you a bit. But you know, somebody like me, I'm fed up with Nigeria. I don't even want to be part of their politics. I haven't been there for 45 years, both in elective and then as a commissioner under OGG. I've seen it all. I don't know when we are going to change in that country. I really don't know. And this is not a matter of leadership alone. It's even a matter of followership. Look at those young ones, teenagers, killing people, ritual, for money, because money has been idolized. Core values. We Africans, we don't really, I don't think we know what is core values anymore. And until we go back to African indigenous knowledge system, let's go back, AIKS. Let's go there and learn from AIKS. And maybe we can start all over again. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I feel so sad for people who are still in that damn, I'm sorry to use the damn, I don't want to cause that country.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think we need to stop here. I would like to encourage every one of us to submit our questions. I really want us to continue, but I know that we have our chairperson here. We've kept him for almost 4 hours now. We're almost 4.5 hours. We have some of our older people here. We need to respect their time. So I'll just spend 2 or 3 minutes to some of the questions that are here that have not been dealt with. One said, where do we start from? I think really that's what Professor Kemi asked from. The mosque, the church, the palaces, and all of that. And then someone made a mention of the 1990 Constitution on free education, that recent amendment that they were making. I was happy that they are bringing this back. There was also a question about a comment. Professor Chomori has already asked his question, so going to this. Professor Remi Shulaya, she talked about uncontrolled population and how does that affect our economic growth. There's a question here by Mr. Dr. Tunde Bewaji, who asked that, the true system of Omoluabi or Ubuntu, doing unto others what they do unto you, again, at the heart of all the questions we're asking ourselves. Our leaders, do we have empathy? The basic minimum conditions for leadership, do we have it? Then there's another question from Adeola Adimajo, who giving kudos to the lecturer and admonishing all of us to copy our message. Some people have asked for the copy of the lecture, and I hope this will be shared. I trust that the foundation will share them. Someone says maybe we are cost or something. I think we just need to pick ourselves up. Again, the next question was basically just extolling the virtues of the foundation and encouraging all of Adeleke Omota David. So most Nigerian politicians now use the name of HALLO to campaign, even though they don't practice its tenets. one of the last two questions refers to appreciation, is an appreciation actually of what has happened. Oh, and this is Mr. Emmanuel Obadiah Malafia. He said, my late father, Dr. Malafia, has always held Chief Awolowo in the highest regards and share his governance and leadership ideals. It is my great pleasure to watch his excellent lecture celebrating this lecture. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, and thank God for all that your father did for our nation before he passed away. Some reference the 1963 Constitution. Why don't we go back there? And that actually, I think, resonates to the point that someone makes about rebuilding and redesigning what was passed to us. A number of the questions actually overlap. Issue of corruption comes out all the time. And a very important suggestion on the School of Leadership and Governance. I think this is something that I know that has been taken up in the past. Excellency Chief Dr. Tokumbo, had taken this up in the past. And I hope this will be one of the things that should be done going forward. Professor Akemi mentioned the destructive role of external forces, but others also feel that it's time that we picked ourselves up, that we need to get over the colonial disadvantage that we have. The role of history needs to be brought back. The role of identity and language, teaching in schools, comes out very strongly by many of us. And I think this is an issue that has resonated with many of us. I believe strongly that we need to teach our language. We need to teach in our language. And the role of gender equality, Professor Adenike was very strong on that. I think education is a leveler. It gives opportunity equality to all of us. And this is one of the legacies of Chief Awolowo that we should continue to espouse, and we should continue to not just preach, but to practice. I like the quote, no matter how long a root stays in the water, it cannot but become a crocodile. In other words, search yourself, be yourself, search from within. There was and I like to also mention what someone said. It's always bigger than Yoruba, always bigger than Nigeria. And we need to find the levers. What are the promising levers? We need to get the leadership. Corruption, impunity, a lack of rule of law came out all the time. And I like to say that for me, we cannot abandon our country. We have no other, not all of us can run away to America, to the UK, to wherever. We don't have that opportunity. And we need to just rebuild this country. Recently, there was an article I read about the Chinese. A lot of people think Chinese current progress started in 1978 by Deng Xiaoping. Many of you may want to read. There's a guy called Yi Wen. He's a scholar who wrote. He said Deng's attempt was a fourth one that China has tried for 120 years, starting from defeat in the hands of the British during the Opium War. He said each time they tried 4 times before they got it right. And one of the issues that was raised in that paper is exactly what Chief Awolowo has always said, and what some people have raised tonight. Know thyself. What Deng did was to say, enough of copying others. Let us look within. Look at the pattern. There are basic minimum that all societies must have. Leadership, lack of corruption, empathy for the poor. Those are basic minimum. It cuts across all cultures. And these are things that you see in all of those leadership schools that help those countries. Asia had its own problem of colonialism and oppression, but they picked themselves up. So that actually touched me a lot. And I've been rereading Chief Awolowo's book, especially during the COVID period, lockdown, and running through all of that. There's nothing we are saying today that's not in any of his books. I have all his books in my house. There's nothing we are saying today but he never abdicated his duty to his country. We can never abdicate our duty. Our children, our grandchildren, we are 200 million nation. We are not going to all run away to Cotonou or wherever people are running to. We must build the nation. We must rebuild this country. And we must do everything we can to fulfill the legacy of Chief Awolowo. When I joined Dr. Tokunbo to part of all of this, this was what everybody said tonight. He asked me, something like how, I said, look, if not for this man, I wouldn't be educated. If not for him, the 1955 free education, I wouldn't be educated. I won't be who I am. So I'll give anything. In fact, this very night, my boss is somewhere getting an award. I told him, no, I have to be somewhere else. So when I said, I said, just go. So this is the power and the pull of Chief Awolowo. And I thank everyone on this screen tonight who have contributed. I believe that the announcement will be made. You'll hear from the Secretariat about the lectures, about all of the things that we're going forward. This is just one of the series of issues that will be forming the centenary celebration. Thank you very, very much. And with your permission, I'll call on our chairperson to give the closing remarks. Chairperson, Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You are muted, sir. You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, clear.
Thank you very much, moderator. Normally it's difficult as a chairperson when you've had such a comprehensive lecture and all the comments that have followed it, to make any closing remarks. I think that our lecturer, Professor Saju, has given a very comprehensive lecture. Indeed, I have enjoyed it. We have parallels between Nigeria and Ghana, and that's why we say that Ghana and Nigeria are twins of the same mother, because, our parallels are just so uncanny. In Ghana, we have our president, Nkrumah, our first president, who also was the one who accelerated education in Ghana. He set up the Ghana Education Trust Schools. Otherwise, most of us would not have had a secondary education. And he began the industrialization of Ghana. The Akosombo Dam provided more than enough power, for Ghana's industrial development. He set up the, Gihok group of industries, the shoe factory, the glass factory, sugar factory. Just so many things that provided so much employment and started the industrialization of Ghana. But like Professor Akiemi said, now when you read through the declassified documents of the CIA and some of those papers, you see that there was a deliberate attempt to get out such progressive leaders, in order that the neo-colonialist agenda could keep Africa in its place. But like the lecturer said, we cannot interminably blame our colonial past. There were several other countries that were colonized like us in Asia, who today are part of the Asian Tigers and have achieved what they've achieved. It all comes to our value system, where we must look at communications and media. We're bombarded by Western communications and media. And what it's doing is that it's eroding our traditional value systems, and it's replacing those traditional value systems with other values that don't really belong to us. And so the former values we had of honesty, of courage, of truth, of humility, of modesty is being overtaken by other values, which are mostly materialistic. And so it's how many Ferraris you have in your garage, how many sports cars and exotic cars you have in your garage that matters. We celebrate wealth and materialism rather than truth and honesty. And so as we lose our traditional value systems, what is replacing it? And the extreme goes to all the other sexual preferences and all those things. And that is why this lecture could not have come in time. The crop of our leaders who led us from independence were still rooted in their traditions and their traditional value systems. And so after independence, you find people like Awolowo, you find people like Nyerere, you find people like Kenyatta, you find people like Kwame Nkrumah, and all of them, you know, who still had those traditional African values and held them sacred. That we must be truthful, we must be honest, we must be modest, we must be humble, and all that. Unfortunately, all that is getting lost. It is how much money you're able to make, notwithstanding how you make that money. That matters now. It's a material world. And the point is, what is our paradigm of development? We want to mimic the Western countries and see supermarkets full of goods, you know, a consumption society that is consuming more than the planet Earth can provide. And that is what is leading us into issues of climate change, you know, that we have to grapple with, the droughts, the floods, and all that. So it's a very comprehensive, it's a very wide, you know, issue that we're dealing with. And as somebody said, Awo does not belong only to the Yoruba nation. It belongs to Africa. It belongs to all of us. All those are leaders, are Pan-Africanists, and they belong to not only the African continent, but the whole Pan-African world, that we must continue to study and emulate them. Otherwise, we'll not be able to make the transformations that these other nations need. And that's why I feel privileged and honored to have been invited to chair this session. It's been a long session, but I've sat through it, and I must say I've learned a lot. And for all those who contributed, I think that your contributions have been very good. How are we growing African languages? I mean, somebody raised the issue of African languages. Our languages terminate at 1 million or 2 million or 10 million or 100 million. After that, if you go into billions and trillions, we don't have any words for them. How do we talk about artificial intelligence in our languages? We don't have them. And so we have to use the colonial master's language. And as long as you use this language, language comes with culture. And so if we're speaking English, we're imbibing English culture. And if we're speaking French, we're imbibing French culture. And so it's such an intricate pattern that is interwoven that we need to look at. Governor Fayemi said something very significant. And he said that our values signify our worldview, and that indeed our values define our very essence. And I think he's spot on. And so the values that we adopt are the ones that determine what our worldview is. And so I want to thank you, moderator. You've sat through all this. You've not been able to get up and go use the washroom. I mean, some of us could put our video off and go use the washroom quickly and come back. And so we want to thank you for your effort. We want to thank Ambassador Tokumbo for a very fantastic lecture. I saw the previous lectures that you had given, and I would wish to get all the copies of those lectures, because at every one time they deal exactly with the issues we're facing, education and so on and so forth. And so now, having associated myself with this foundation, I will get closer and try and get as many of these lectures as possible for my own edification, and then also to share to as many people as I can get them to. So thank you very much, and thank everybody who participated. It's been a wonderful experience, especially our lecture. I mean, it was a long lecture, but I mean, it was spellbinding. I listened to it from beginning to end, and I think it did justice to the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for your closing remarks. I didn't want to inflict on Professor Dapo again to, it's done, he covered the subject so well, you did so well, we thank you so much. As we said, I'm sure all of this have been documented, all your questions have been written down, they're going to be compiled. They will be circulated in one form or the other. So I don't know whether, Executive Director, is there any announcement before I call on the vote of thanks?
Thank you very much. Not at this moment. There's no, as the subsequent As the subsequent events unfold, we shall announce them and we shall send out the invitations. The one that I know is imminent on the 10th of March is the finals of the under-17 football match, which is going to take place in Lagos. The 30th anniversary edition of it will take place at Sajele Stadium in Lagos, but that's only for the young ones. For the others, I will let you know. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know whether Dr. Layo Bambi is here.
Yes.
Member of the...
Before you go on to Dr. Gumambi, I must say a special thank you to the chairman.
Yes.
For staying so long and for that fantastic wrap-up. I take note of your request for all our previous publications, and I shall ensure that they get to you. And certainly we shall bring you closer to the foundation, and we hope we can, and I'm sure we can look forward to your support going forward. And finally, I must say that the moderator this evening is one of us. He's been a member of the technical committee of the foundation for the last 10 years. So it's not surprising, is it, that he's done so brilliantly well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me call on Dr. Layo Gumambi, former Federal Permanent Secretary from Oba Eshinoku Royal Family of Lagos and the Adoption of Lagos, a member of the Bafemi Law Foundation Governing Council since inception, to give the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Director of Events. The chairman of this special occasion and former president of Ghana, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, the special guest of honor, and the former head of state, Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, Your Excellency, the former president of South Africa, Mr. Tambo Mbeki, Madam Mbeki, our Royal Highnesses, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Obi of Onitsha, and some other royal fathers present, the Right Reverend Professor Adedayo Asaju, the guest lecturer, the director of events, Professor Banji Oye Inka Yelaru. Well, our own able, energetic executive director, Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Awolowo Dosunu, executive governors present, distinguished guests, my own former boss, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to the 30th anniversary lecture, and thank you all for being with us for the past 4.5 hours. Your Excellency, sir, we are all often asked to describe what is spectacularly special about Jeremiah Obafemi Awolowo, statesman, journalist, lawyer, and seasoned administrator. Rummaging through my mental notebook this evening was like visionary, intellectual giant, disciplined, principled, innovative, clinically efficient, morally upright, decent, and forthright readily come to mind. These are the qualities found in Your Excellency that necessitated the clarion call by the Executive Director to invite you as the chairman of this 38th anniversary lecture. As the former president of Ghana, you were a president with a purpose, engaged in one of the most honorable and important pursuits, the development of your dear beloved country, Ghana. We most sincerely thank you, sir, for finding time to be with us today. You've been with us for more than 4 hours. You've listened attentively to the lecturer and to the intervention from various members. You've enjoyed every minute of it. It's also in your character and in your spirit to listen and to learn and to make the best of what you've had. For that, again, we say thank you. The story of the birth of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation cannot be told without reference to the commitment and prodigious efforts of our elder statesman, retired General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, our own former head of state. It is indeed an occasion to look back with pride on past accomplishments of the foundation under your fatherly guidance and support. Reflect also on a future bright with promise, and face squarely the challenges and opportunities of today and beyond. Thank you, sir, for always being there for the foundation. Before I go to our man of the day, allow me to say a word about the lady that we should congratulate this evening, our own executive director of the foundation, Ambassador Tokunbo Awolowo Dosunmu, a lady with a will and commitment, a lady who has kept like-minded citizens to install enlightened, visionary, and committed leadership qualities in them, with a desire to ensure that we in Nigeria optimizes what is materially beneficial to Nigerians. To take advantage of the material resources that we have to attain the laudable status that this nation deserves in the Committee of Nations this year, steadfastly done under the platform of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation. Your Excellency, We thank you immensely and wish you many, many more years of success and accomplishments. And what about our man of the moment, the guest lecturer, Right Reverend Professor Adedapo Asaju? You have not only done intellectual justice to the subject matter, you have also done adequate justice to the practice necessary to produce the kind of leaders that our society requires. You have debunked the theological fallacy and notion that the black man is inferior. You've gone to demonstrate clearly that while religion is part of our lives, but nobody should exploit it to create diversity, to create hate, to create animosity in the society. You've gone ahead to define for us the trajectory to leadership that can transform this nation. I want to most sincerely, on behalf of the foundation, thank you for your stimulating lecture, coherent, clear, analytical, to the point. And I think everybody that listened to you this evening will have one thing or the other to take home as lesson for thought. To our guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to also thank you for being there, for listening. It has been a productive evening and we've all enjoyed every minute of it. The discipline you have demonstrated in staying all through, especially the former president of Ghana and the former president of South Africa. I cannot thank you all enough. I wish you all the best, and I'm sure you've given more to our executive director in developing something that must enhance the prodigious efforts of 30 years. A leadership school where we can begin to train and breed leaders of tomorrow, leaders that are committed to service, not leaders that are committed to money and recognition. I have no doubt in my mind that the executive director will make it the instrument of our will and will follow through on this challenge thrown at her. Once again, on behalf of the Obafemi Awolowo Foundation, I thank you all, and may we all have a blessed night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We end with the national anthem.
Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause.
God bless you all.